Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
We lost. All right. Good news.
It was a good loss.
It was as good of a loss as you possibly can have. I've never been so happy about a loss. I'm bringing this up. Phone Master Dre has got something to say here, but I want to tell you, Dre, I'm bringing it up because Dave is wearing his New Orleans Saints hat. I've never felt so good.
Christmas gift from him.
Oh, there you go, man. I've never felt so good about a defeat in my life, man. I got to tell you, the defeats don't smell so bad.
Hey. I was just trying to figure out what we lost, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, we talking football.
Yeah. We lost. Sometimes you win by losing, guys. The New Orleans Saints pretty much, ended their season on a losing note, 19-17, against the Dirty Birds, which would normally hurt like there was no tomorrow, except two things happened. Tyler Shuck was amazing on the final drive, and his final touchdown pass, he put the ball where only the other guy could catch it while being interfered with, while having his arm held, managed to make the catch with one hand.
It looked like they were holding hands, didn't it?
It didn't look like it. They were holding hands. Yeah. He makes a one-handed catch.
I kept looking at that. I was wondering, were they really?
They were really holding hands. Well, actually, it was more like a little girl was trying to hold a little boy's hand at the school dance. Like, don't touch my hand! Don't touch my hand! It was spectacular, and the best part about it is that it basically guaranteed that Tyler Shook, sorry Giants fans, but you guys played against us and looked bad, and he looked bad too. Jackson Dart will not win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Tyler Shook will win it. We have our franchise quarterback moving forward, and even better, we finished 4th and not 3rd in the division, and because we did that, we're going to get the easiest schedule in the NFL next year, God willing, and the creek don't rise. Sometimes when you lose, you win, which might be the entire story of Nemo Nation.
I'm going to take that song I heard where it's like, I don't know if it's a New Orleans song or if it's another hip-hop song, but they're like, I'm getting shucked tonight, I'm getting shucked tonight.
Oh, my God.
Yep, that's my new theme song, but good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And by the way, every time I hear any of those kind of songs where people use the word shuck or use the word truck, all this, yeah. I will tell you. There's some of the times that people use the word truck in these this health thing, truck you, and
oh yeah.
Sometimes
excuse me.
See the thing is that I'm not exactly where you're at. Okay. Sometimes it makes me laugh. Sometimes it's clever and funny, and it actually fits whatever they're doing. And sometimes it's like and. I just, every time I hear that, I just want to go, inappropriate, unacceptable, hallelujah.
Speaking of this is brought to you by Mother Trucker Yoga.
Yeah, well, yeah. Does she have money?
I have.
Oh, yeah, no.
I'll take it.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I have done something that I haven't done in years. I have made 3 New Year's resolutions, and I hate to even call them that. Dropping, and like I'm like everybody else, okay? Yeah. Dropping the F-bomb from my vocabulary is something that I started, last week, or, before the first.
Oh, man.
And I'm holding to it, man.
R.I.P. to that.
I feel better.
I
feel so
not that you ever said it in front of me.
Being.
Oh, my God. Dave is Bob Saget.
Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. It throws people off whenever he throws it down, and I'm just like, but you do it so well. You're like, you're the Drew Brees of saying that. Why do you got to take that from me?
You get an F, and you get an F for it, and you get an F for it. By the way, good morning, Nemo Nation, of course, is the word from everybody over here. But, of course, Dave Nemo says, Lovey and Earl, good morning, Happy New Year. Thank you so much for being with us. And, by the way, the reason that Dave is telling Lovey and Earl good morning is because they started off our morning with a good morning, my family. Hope everyone had a wonderful holiday time off and has a fun day. We hope so. With people like Lovey and Earl, we know we will. The Paranormal Pie Man says, here is the daily. Yo! Good morning from the Motor City, from Joe J., who is alive and well and with us at the early crack of doom, the crack of butt. By the way, Paranormal Pie Man is stuck in Grand Rapids until later this morning. I'm sorry, that is not a good place to be stuck. As Joe J. said, there are better places to be stuck. Oh my God, stuck in Lodi again. Mm-hmm. We are stuck here in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from the birthplace of trucking radio. And by the way, look at that. Dean Croke says, Happy New Year, Road Gang. Gang Radio. We'll be getting him on here in just uno momento, as Phone Master Dre is going to be bringing one of the smartest guys in the trucking industry, that guy, to join us for his morning brief on what is the greatest transportation show in the known universe. Good morning, Dave Nemo.
Good morning. Good
so,
morning.
resolution number 1, not dropping the F-bomb. Resolution number 2, what is it?
Oh, I'll think about
not
that.
Not to forget your resolutions.
Exactly. No, the others don't count. That's the one that counts.
That's the one that's really going to land for you.
That's the universal one.
Why are you dropping it?
Because
that's not a prosecutorial question. I'm like, there's always I understand why somebody would, but why are you dropping it?
Because it's so common now. It's common, and I mean that in the lowest way. Like
it's overplayed.
Definitely.
We don't hear it anymore.
It has no meaning. It's stupid now.
So you're saying you're dropping it not because it's deeply offensive. You're dropping it because, dude, that's just cringe.
Exactly.
You're dropping it because it's cringe, man.
Exactly.
You're actually you're trying to figure out what's next, what's happening, what's hip. Mm-hmm. You are part of the church of what's happening now.
Yeah.
Our good friend Flip Wilson. You guys, by the way, can give us a call at 615-292-6366. And, of course, as always, jump into the conversation here. Dude, it's Nemo Nation. Normally we'd be talking all kinds of news and what the hell's going on in the whole wide world. But, dude, our guests are going to take care of that. We know we're all going to begin with our good friend, Mr. Dean Croke, and also our friends from ATRI are going to be here. And speaking of starting with Dean Croke, let's start with Dean Croke, and then we'll bring in the first phone call of the day. What do you say, Dre?
That I can do.
Good morning to you. And by the way, we've been following your adventures. Are you still in the land of snow? Are you tracking bees? What is going on, Dean?
Bees?
I just got back home last night, so finally back.
How tired are you, man? How wiped out are you?
I'm actually pretty good. I've adjusted to the time zone shift. It's good to be back. We had 2 weeks out there, but it's just such a wild experience, California. I mean, you know what California's like. It's a whole nother economy to its own. But I loved it. I learned some things out there that I didn't know existed. Like we talked about the largest bee migration on Earth that's going on right now in winter, which is kind of bizarre, but we could talk about that another day, but if you like. But I'm so happy to be back, and I'm having a chuckle here listening to Dave talking about the F-bombs, and I'm thinking about my Australian colleagues and the words that we use in Australia or that would make your hair stand on end because we have a whole nother language when it comes to speaking poorly.
Oh yeah, and Dean, I have to tell you, I actually got a chance last night to go. There's an old friend of mine who every Sunday has a pool party every Sunday night, and he asked me to stop by, and so I was in the midst of working on something. I needed a break, and I went by his place and stopped by. Just brought a couple of things to eat, and there was a couple there that were friends of his. He's an Air Force pilot. And they have actually spent time in Australia. They've actually spent extended time in Australia. And he was telling me that he's heard profanity over in Australia that he didn't even know existed and offended him, and he's military. And he was like, I have no idea what you're saying, but somehow I am deeply offended nonetheless. And my father, by the way, as Dave Nemo can tell you, my father literally has to keep saying, I'm sorry, Cheryl. Excuse me, Cheryl. Every time he gets around Dave and Cheryl, he's constantly apologizing because the stream of profanity is kind of like the old man from A Christmas Story.
You know, your dad is an attorney.
Yes.
Dean, good morning and Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Dave.
In fact, the last time we talked, I thought you were in Boston, but you were out on the West Coast. But good to have you back on the east of the Mississippi here. So anyway,
exactly.
I went to school with a kid college with a kid who was going to be a lawyer, a trial lawyer. He would not say anything, any blue humor, anything, any word that was offensive to anybody. He would never curse because he said, one day when I'm in the courtroom, I'm going to let it go, and I don't want to have any accidental cursing.
There are people, there are people, by the way, and somebody actually, my uncle Jimmy, who's a judge, said, he goes, it doesn't work for lawyers. He said, occasionally it works for judges, though. And he also makes the point saying that if you're going to curse like a sailor, make sure you are a sailor. And his point being that make sure it's your business. Make sure you make a living off of it. Make sure you're a stand-up comedian or somebody who actually, benefits from dropping those words all over the place. My friend, Happy New Year, by the way. It is good to have you. What do you got in your crystal ball? What are you looking for this year? We talked about the idea last year of getting serious. What is kind of the mantra for Dean Croke heading into 2026?
Yeah, this is very interesting. I'm just looking at some freight rates this morning. I'm somewhat optimistic about what's going on in the freight market right now. I'm optimistic there's some structural changes in capacity. I'm sort of sitting on the fence as to whether people have left the industry or they're just sitting this one out for the time being. We've seen some freight rates start 2025 that we haven't seen in a decade, except for the heady days of the pandemic. So particularly refrigerated carriers. So we're starting off the year with a bit of a bang. And as to whether this is sustained or not remains to be seen. This is the first full week of the shipping year. First full 5 days. Carriers come back to work this week. So this week's a bit of a test as to whether, the big rate increases we saw at the end of the year will be sustained. I think this is a real test as to whether all the rhetoric that we saw in the lead up will be sustained and whether carriers are actually going to see a better year this year than what we saw last year. I think this is by the time we get to next Saturday morning, we'll know if we've seen all of that talk about non-domicile CDL, English language proficiency, all of that rhetoric that we saw for the last 6 months, if that had any substance, I'll know next Saturday morning by our rate change this week if it had any substance at all. Now, that said, there's some pretty good rates along the southern border still. Like carriers are still getting an extra $2,000 per load out of McAllen back to Los Angeles compared to last year. So there's some still really good rates out there for carriers. So I think the market's going to be pretty good if you've got a refrigeration trailer. Flatbed rates are starting to, flatten out a bit, so are dry vans. So I think as carriers come back to the market, things will cool off a bit. But I'm pretty optimistic about where rates are headed this year. I think the floor is lifted up a bit. And we'll still go through the seasonality where rates will fall off a bit, Timmy Mac, and I think but I think we're going to have a bit better year this year as we start off, absent, some major catastrophe.
Speaking
it's always on the horizon.
Speaking of possibilities here, one of the things I am going to be tracking, and this is the way I can work in national news in a non-controversial way. We all know about the events in Venezuela over the weekend. One of the biggest shocks to the economy that people don't realize is when the current administration decided to pivot away from Ukraine. What people don't realize is we weren't giving Ukraine supplies. We were depleting our own supplies and sending them to them, which was causing manufacturing jobs to happen in Ohio, to happen in Indiana, to happen in Michigan, and all that stuff. One of the great contradictory things in our economy is that it's called weaponized Keynesianism, Dean, where it's amazing that when you're building things that actually you have to immediately dispose of and replace, keeps manufacturing humming. And I am interested to see what impact the Venezuelan situation. It's going to have an impact on shipping, of course, in the southern hemisphere, but it also might have a positive effect on manufacturing as the federal government has to kind of replete its depletion of the hardware that we have to use in a situation like that. From what I'm understanding, it is a hit-and-run operation to a large degree, so we may not see further incursions, but I'm kind of tracking that as well. Might be interesting to see how that plays out in the manufacturing sector.
It's a really interesting point you make because I track 13 bellwether states, which are the bellwether states where all of that manufacturing occurs. And the bellwether states in the Midwest correlate the tightest to the national rates. So if you wanted to know where are national rates going for dry van, I look at 13 bellwether states in the Midwest where all of this manufacturing happens for all of the things you just described. Those rates are 46 cents per mile higher than the national average. They went up 11 cents per mile last week to $2.52. $2.52 a mile.
Wow.
in the bellwether states.
Yeah.
The national average is only 206. Now, so the bellwether states go up and down each week, and they're a really good indicator. So for truckers that are sitting in this Midwest area, and that's why when that weather hit before Christmas and snarled that Midwest area along I-80, that's why rates went up and down so much and spot rates went up, and people got a bit carried away and they started getting that sugar rush, and they thought, the freight recession was over. You've got to be very careful with all of that sort of stuff. But it's a key barometer for the freight economy for all those reasons Jimmy Mack just mentioned.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, like I said, we're also going to, speaking of the weather, we're going to keep our eye over there, because when we did talk about that, we said people forget the 2021, that perfect storm where not only did the entire switch get turned back on in the economy, we got a polar vortex simultaneously.
Yeah.
So if you have like a real bad natural disaster combined with, I hate to say it, man, if it bleeds, it leads. If you got a couple of guns and butter, if you got guns and butter going on all around you, man, people got to spend money on the guns and the butter. And that's a situation where if you get a perfect storm, literally and figuratively, and you get, along with that, a need for manufacturing in a disposable sector like the military, you might actually have the makings of something. Here's the thing about that, too, and we got to get another phone call in here. We got somebody that's called that wants to talk to you and us as well. One of the things about that is that those are the kind of sugar rushes that can actually give you those can build bridges, meaning if you get enough of a military spend, weaponized Keynesianism, plus a severe natural weather disaster, that can create a bridge that can actually buy you time to get to the genuine recovery. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that as well. Dean, we got a phone call. Somebody wants to talk to Dave, you, me. Who do we got, Phone Master Dre?
Oh, man, you already know who it is. Chowder.
Chowder, tell Dean good morning.
Good morning, Dave, Dre, Jimmy, my favorite Bostonian. How are we doing, Dean?
Good.
Good.
Good to hear from you.
Hey, it's good to hear from you. I'm glad you guys all had a new happy next day in the lineage of life known as, I guess, New Year's. But
put that on a bumper sticker.
You can put it wherever you want, Dave. I ain't going to drop any off or anything else. I'm trying to be a little cleaner this year. I even took a shower today.
Oh,
nice.
Man. Let the sun shine in, brother. Here we go.
That's right. I'm just calling on a more serious, tranquil reasoning today. I sent you some pictures to Dre and Jimmy of my camping spot, Hewlett, Wyoming area, with Devil's Tower in the background. Just a balmy 61 degrees yesterday.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yeah, but
below.
Jimmy, I went and saw a movie. I went and saw a movie Saturday in the movie theater.
You will never see Wolverine the same way again. Speaking of Aussies, correct?
That is correct, Jimmy. I figured you would have saw my post. I went, and I'm probably going to get it wrong because I'm not a Neil Diamond guy. I went and watched Sing Song Blues, whatever, the true story of a cover band of Neil Diamond.
Yeah.
You will not look at Hugh Jackman the same ever again. But it was a good movie, and, just to be a little more on the sentimental side, he died at the end, and I actually teared up. I didn't think I had any tears.
That's not a spoiler. It's a true story, dude. That'd be awful, though. Thanks, Chowder. Now you've seen it. Click. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, I don't care. People don't listen to me anyway. But
we're listening.
Yeah, so I went and saw that.
Your phone is listening.
It's been a long time, but it was a pretty good movie.
Outstanding, by the way.
Joe and Janet went to see that this weekend too. Our friends of mine, and they loved it. And they didn't know it was about a cover band either when they went in. They thought it was a biography.
Mm-hmm.
of Neil Diamond.
I only knew because my wife told me on the way. She said, "Would you go?" And of course, as a good supportive husband, I said yes. And so we went, and I only knew because she told me. And also, Jimmy, about football. Mm-hmm. I don't want to brag or anything, but my Raiders are 1-0 in 26. Retired Kelsey, and we got the #1 overall draft pick. I mean, we'll probably pick somebody like Jamarcus Russell again and blow it anyway. But
hey, I hear that Lane Kiffin's always looking to get a new job, by the way, as well. I'm sorry, anybody knows what I'm.
Don't do that.
Don't put it past them, Jimmy. We got Tom Brady charge a fumblegate knocked us out of the playoffs as an owner, and a guy that gets his hair cut at the Tupperware factory. Come on, don't put it past them. And with that, I got to go get my lumber picked up, and we'll talk to you kids later. Have a good day. Hasta mañana.
Okay.
By the way, that, my friends, is a quality radio call. Always love hearing that, by the way. Dean, I know you're a busy man who just got back into town. Do you want to hang out after the break? But if you tell me you got to go, you'll hang out a little bit more? We love the company.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
All right, so we're going to take a deep breath. Dave, myself, Phone Master Dre, our good friend Dean Croke. You can be a part of the conversation at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Give us a call. Jump in. Dave, Dean, Dre, let's do it together.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday. Well, good morning. Hey, I just want to tell you something that I know you already know, but this is the first Monday of the new year. This is it. I want to share something with you in Nehemiah chapter 8, verse 10. Nehemiah said, go and enjoy choice foods, sweet drinks, and watch this, and send some to those who have nothing prepared. This day is holy to the Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. You know what Nehemiah just said? He said, don't be just celebrating. Don't celebrate by yourself. He said, you need to also go and celebrate with some of the people that have less than you do. That's one of the things that I want you to understand something about God. He always expects for those that he's blessed generously, he wants us to share it with those that don't have. And I'm going to tell you something. I want you to hear me, and I want you to understand this is coming from a heart of love. There's going to be people that God put in your path that will never, ever catch the idea of getting themselves together. It's just some people they're going to be that way, and they're going to die that way. But God says that's not an excuse for you and I not to share the gospel with them. They may not give their life to Christ. They may not change their lifestyle. They may not. But God says we still have this goodness inside of us that we need to share with them. Because notice what he said. He says, go and enjoy choice foods and sweet drinks and send some to those who have nothing prepared. See, people are not prepared for this, but you are. And he said, this is holy to our Lord. He said, do not grieve, the joy of the Lord is our strength. So don't be so frustrated because people are not moving and directing in the way that you feel they should. God says, you do your part and I'll do mine. Enjoy your Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
By the way, our good friend Mr. Funny, VR55, says, Shamrocker here, good morning and Happy New Year to everyone. Every other word over in Ireland is the F word. I can actually say it's not the F word, actually it's feckin'. It's Fecking. I want to point that out. Dean knows what I'm talking about, by the way. He knows. By the way, it's the first time I read a Conor McPherson play or a Martin McDonough play, the word feckin' was all over the thing, Fecking, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of ridiculous. And then I realized by listening to the Irish talk, I'm like, oh, they spell it that way because it sounds that way. Yeah. Totally understand that. By the way, the Reverend brought up a point about getting it together for the new year. So, Dean, if I was going to ask you how people, if you were going to tell somebody just your regular kind of standard, well, they're not regular. All these guys are extraordinary gals and guys who are owner-operators out there. How would you tell them to get it together for the next 2 to 3 months if they really want to make sure that they are properly positioned for the second half of 2026, because you should have gotten it together for the first half already. But how do you get it together for the year that's to come, given what we've already talked about?
I would throw out 2025's playbook because I would be prepared to do things differently to start this year off. Because I think there's some things that are happening right now that are very different than the way last year started. And I won't give away all the secrets, because then everybody will rush to the same place and then all the secrets will be out. But I think the smart operators will know what I'm talking about. Seasonality is a really big thing for a lot of operators. So I think like produce, for example, so there's a lot of produce seasonality. But what I'm getting at is the structural changes that we sort of talked about at the start of the show mean that there are some things happening right now that have changed the freight market, and it's got a lot to do with what the government was doing and the administration and the FMCSA around CDL training schools, English language proficiency, non-domicile CDLs, ELDs. All of that stuff that was going on has changed the way freight moves and how carriers are behaving and how drivers are coming into the industry. And it's just changing where trucks are moving. And I think that's going to mean that capacity looks very different this year when shippers start moving freight this year and when the market starts to improve. So when we start to get into spring and produce season and Valentine's Day and avocados coming out of Mexico for the Super Bowl, all of those sorts of things are going to be very different this year because we're at the bottom of this market. And whenever you get to the bottom of this market and you see any surge in freight volume, there's going to be a scarcity of trucks, right? Because we're not going to have the oversupply of trucks we've had for the last 3 years. All these ghost fleets that have been mysteriously hovering around the market, I think they've gone. And I think this year is going to be very limited capacity of trucks chasing stabilised demand is going to be the theme for this year. At any time there's a surge in demand, strawberries out of Florida this month, Mother's Day flowers, avocados across the southern border in Nogales in particular, because where is Super Bowl this year? Santa Clara. So you know what that means?
Yeah, it means it. I mean,
Nogales.
I mean, it's going to be. It is going to be, that area of the world is going to be rack packed and stacked. And what's interesting about that is that there's a lot of runs, and you can tell me if I get this wrong, there's a lot of runs that come from Southern California that once they get to Santa Clara don't have a lot to bring back. I don't think that will be the case this year. I think a lot of people are going to be getting it very well, don't you? Very well up there, making those runs.
Well, reefer carriers are already getting $1,000 more per load from Nogales to Los Angeles. It's very hard to find a reefer carrier to run out of Nogales right now because of all of the ICE enforcement activities on the southern border. So whenever there's a West Coast Super Bowl, all of the avocados, because avocados peak shipping is in the weeks leading up to Super Bowl. No surprise. So if you start to then push avocados from the Mexican side of the border through Mexicali, Tijuana, Laredo, McAllen, this creates this really tight capacity scenario. You're already seeing refrigerated rates across the southern border skyrocketing right now. So I think, so you asked me the question, what am I looking at differently here? I think we're seeing a structural change in how capacity moves in this freight market already. And I think this sets up a very interesting scenario this year. My message to carriers would be think very differently about how you look at this freight market this year and be prepared to run into markets that you hadn't thought about before. And that might mean being away from home a little bit longer than you planned. That's what that means, because the getting's going to be good for a little while.
And that's the thing, too. I was thinking about that. And by the way, I've always said, are you ready to sleep in the building? If you're engaged in a startup or looking to turn your business or your life around, if you're not ready to sleep in the building, you are not ready to get the job done. And you made the mention last year at the end about it's time to get serious. People who are serious are going to sit down with their family, their friends, their home fires and say, look, I'm going to be out there a little bit longer, but it's going to mean for a better year and to set myself up better for what is to come. We got to land it there, Dean. We don't ever do this. We got right down to the bottom of the half hour, my brother. We ate up the clock. Love having you. Welcome back to Boston. Welcome back to the non-fantasy world. I always make a joke about California. It really is like a science fiction movie, isn't it? It's a different world in regards to landscape, in regards to the rhythms of it. I have never felt that much of a culture shock in America as I did when I moved to California. Thank you, Dean. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Yep.
Thanks, Dean.
Dean Croke, of course, DAT is where he is a mover and a shaker. It is also where he has a terrific blog. He's got a ton of great content. Didn't even get a chance to talk about that. Dave and I are going to shoot the Shinola in the next half hour, hoping you guys can give us a call, 615-292-6366. We'll be right back after this. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, and back on the road.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's Monday.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It is Nemo Nation. Phone Master Dre, Dave Nemo the Great, the Nemonian himself, and Jimmy Mack. We're hoping you guys give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a talk, bro.
Give us a call. Get into the conversation. We'd love to hear from all of you guys. That's the plan. That's what we're hoping to do. So let's talk a little bit more about why you don't make New Year's resolutions, Dave. Would love to hear, that you don't do that normally. So when you do it, it actually does land. Are you just the person like Chowder who thinks we just roll into a new year, but it's simply just a little mark on the calendar?
No. I think the new year really is an opportunity. Next Sunday on the 11th, and I've mentioned this before, will mark 50 years that I quit smoking cigarettes.
Nice.
And I tried for January 1, 1976, didn't make it. Then I played this head game with myself. I do that a lot. And I said, well, how about the 11th? Because 2 1s is better than 1 1. I mean, that's kind of a silly little, philosophy, but it worked.
Well, and the thing about that is, I've run into friends who have been very despondent about where their life is at a particular point in time. And I was talking to a friend, and she's struggling a little bit. Well, she's not struggling. She's in transition, I guess is a better way to say it. That's not fair because she has some hope. But I said, I always give people hope this way. And then I have something that I worked on over the break that I wanted to share with you and all of our listeners and Dre, and we'll get some thoughts from you guys as well if you want to call about it as well. I've always made the gag. So let's just say, Dre, how old are you right now?
I am 32. I almost thought about it hard, but yeah, I'm 32.
Okay. So there are people who get to 32 and say, I haven't done anything with my life. You've done plenty with your life, but I haven't done anything with my life. I don't feel like my life is going anywhere. And I can't get the time back that I've wasted, and I'm kicking myself. And I always tell people, so tomorrow, imagine that you're 37. Okay? You know all the mistakes that you make all the time, don't you? I mean, the same thing on a different day, same stuff on a different day. I did it again. I didn't do this thing. I didn't do this. I didn't do that, right? You know all the mistakes you will make, right? I've always said one of the best resolutions a person can make, Dave, is I resolve to make new mistakes. Okay, so you know all the dumb stuff you will do over the next 5 years. And all of you do, by the way. All of you know the same stuff. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Becomes a mantra for a lot of people. So imagine where you'll be at 37 if you keep on making the same mistakes. Imagine where you'll be. I want you to envision that and put yourself there tomorrow. Tomorrow, next week, just pick a day where you do that, where you put yourself 5 years in the future and you don't change anything and you keep on being you. Now, some people evaluate that and go, I'm kind of getting there. I got to make a couple of tweaks. But most people are like, I'm going to make the same mistakes. And for that whole day, meditate, be mindful, be present in the fact that you're 37, with the promise that the next day you will wake up and you will be 32. Because nobody gets that opportunity ever in their life. And imagine, just for fun, if you want to make it really fun, walk into a coffee shop, your favorite coffee shop, a place where people know you, and look at them and say, what's today's date?
Oh, yeah.
And then they tell you and say, what year is it? And when they tell you it's 5 years earlier, you go, it worked. I have a chance to redeem everything. I can fix it all. And go racing madly from the building.
Yeah.
And in many ways, we know what we're going to do wrong because we keep on doing the same things wrong. But we make mistakes. That's who we are.
Yeah.
I think the urge is to make new mistakes. I think that's the urge is to fix it, because that's all we do is we try, we fail, we try again. Isn't it nice that the next thing you were able to focus on in your life after quitting smoking was hitting the gym? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you couldn't have done that if you'd still been smoking. You wouldn't have gotten to that. Exactly. You wouldn't have had space for that. But by making new mistakes, which walked you into a heart attack, that's a new mistake.
It was a new mistake. And to my chagrin, I just went to the...
That's the word of the year, chagrin. That's how we all feel. Yeah, go ahead.
My big mistake over the last... let's see, Scott Grenerth is going to be with us this morning, and I mentioned this last time.
Outstanding, great American.
Yes, and I was on the phone with him right before Christmas in December of 2014.
Right.
And I told him, I got to get off the phone here because it feels like an elephant standing on my chest. I'm going to go get some Tums, and I did. And next thing you know, I'm, in the hospital. And I started off, I lost the way. In fact, the guys from Pure Grain are going to be on a little bit later.
18 wheels around the road. Yeah.
But I went and looked at that video of 2009 at the Expedite Expo up in Wilmington, Ohio, and I had the opportunity. Michelle was so gracious to let me play her congas, her percussion, the congas, bongos, and I played that song with them, and that was a real thrill. And God, I didn't recognize myself.
Oh, I've seen pictures of you from even 15 years ago where I'm like, that's not Dave.
But here's the lesson I learned. After 11 years, I realized when I went back to the doctor a couple weeks ago and had my annual physical, I'm now pre-diabetic. And I did it to myself because I let myself kind of ride along, and I'm doing good, I'm looking good, and my numbers are good. All of that except for sugar now. So I'm going back to December 2014.
Try, fail, try again.
Start again. So now my big goal this year is to reduce visceral fat, the fat that kills you, the fat that causes all of our problems, including cancer. It's the fat that surrounds your organs, like your kidneys and your liver. That's what kills you. And I didn't realize that now I got to work.
You got to work.
And I'm going to do it.
Like I said, I mean, you know my father very well. And by the way, you are much younger than him.
He's made a transition.
A transition, dude. And I keep telling people, people don't realize the transition he's made until he actually comes in. He's gotten a couple of new pairs of pants, Dre. He's gotten some new clothes. And my uncle said it to him. He goes, I did not realize how much weight you actually had lost until I saw you in clothes that actually fit. He's like, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. Okay, I have something I wanted to share with you guys and our listeners as well. Dre knows the drill here, Dave. Anytime, I don't need to get through the whole thing. If you got something to say, just pipe in. If you hear something you dig, call, get in here. 250 years of America, baby, and things ain't so groovy. So here we are, smack dab in the middle of our terrible twos, right? It really does feel like that here in America, doesn't it? For anyone who's had to live through the extended exposure to a toddler, you know exactly the signs of those terrifying times. I want what I want when I want it, and I can actually move towards it with purpose. And to make matters worse, I've figured out how to work these opposable thumbs. You can't stop me. You can't even hope to contain me. Let freedom ring. And when I hit the limits of my freedom as a terrible two, I demand that you pick me up, deliver me my desires, and behave like an adult while I terrorize the room. There is a child psychologist named Alison Gropnik who loves to say what is terrifying about the twos is not them doing what you don't want them to do. It's them doing it because you don't want them to do it. It's not independence without consequence. It's independence without understanding consequence. It's independence with consequence for even those not to blame. There's been a lot of that going on in the supply chain these days. And I think 2025 was the year the industry reached its point of facing the consequences. So we've had, as Dave has pointed out, I think really well, decades of people thinking they could create trucking culture on the cheap, that they could put pressure exclusively on the most important human asset, you guys. And too many people sold this profession as a get-rich-quick scheme. And in doing that, we have driven the industry towards a reckoning from which there might not be any escape. Non-domicile loopholes, fly-by-night CDL mills, these were all stories we talked about, and immigration policies that either look the other way or treat the symptoms and not the causes are not an unintentional disaster. I just want to let people know that my opinion, I don't know your opinion on this, Dave, or yours, Dre, but non-domicile loopholes, fly-by-night CDL mills, and the immigration policies of both parties were not unplanned. They were done on purpose. They are essentially one of your favorite things, a frog in a pot of boiling waters with truckers as the frog. And there are times when I think that they are active acts of animus against dedicated professionals. And then sometimes you hear it. You could hear it if you know what I'm talking about. You would hear a lot of people in the industry, not just Silicon Valley dreamers and schemers, but people in the industry wish casting aloud about automated trucks eliminating professional drivers, ignoring decades of trucks parked under bypasses, and allowing the very docks that depend upon trucks for their business to treat those trucks operators as second-class citizens. If you do all of that, you're sending people a message. Mm-hmm. Don't be here. We don't want quality people here. We want to make this as unpleasant as possible, and then it'll force our hand into bringing all those automated vehicles online.
You know, I fully agree with that. And when the ELD first made its appearance on paper, so to speak, and they started talking about this, my little tag, I had a couple of taglines, little headlines, automated trucks, 3.5 million truck drivers out of work by next Thursday, because that was my joke. That was my response to all of these headlines. Well, when it comes down to what you just said, when the ELD came out, I said, and now all we got to do is get rid of all of those pesky humans behind the wheel, and we're safe.
Let me translate.
That, to me, was the first step.
I think you're spot on, by the way. And let me tell you, let me translate what they're up to. We don't want to pay you. We don't want you. And the sooner we can get rid of you, the better. Mm-hmm. That's a hell of a recruiting slogan for the industry. Who wouldn't want to sign up for that job, right? Yeah. If you think about it, and this is me again, just writing here.
I won't work myself to death because I won't be here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a clever trick, isn't it? You drive the quality guys and gals out of the game. You tell potential young assets who are interested, this job isn't for anybody looking for dignity of profession. You create a dumpster fire of an accident atmosphere for the general public to observe. And then you use that disaster you've created to justify a low-cost labor industry devoid of those pesky drivers. Got that from you. Too many folks behind the desk of the transportation industry are like those gnomes from South Park, just waiting for profit to roll in, roll on, and roll over the American worker. I'm not sure what the big 250 as we enter into Let Freedom Ring's terrible 2.5. I don't know what the big 250 has in store for our ongoing experiment in self-governance, but the events of last year have made it crystal clear that the status quo cannot continue. So I'm going to take a stab at it. I say we've entered an era, and I actually talked about this in a little video that I released both on TikTok, Facebook, and a couple of other places. We've entered into an era, and this is my advice to people for 2026, both on a personal level and a professional level. Boundaries, bulwarks, and better borders. And those 3 B's are synonymous, but they are not synonyms for one another. Do you dig what I'm saying there? I think they're a strategic progression. So let's start with the boundary. You establish the boundary of what you're willing to tolerate. Then you build a bulwark to defend those boundaries. And once you build those bulwarks, you codify those defenses as borders with enforceable rules and regs. By the way, there is a legal term for what I just mentioned. It's called a contract. And trucking needs a new one with not only the transportation industry, but it needs a new one with the nation at large if it and the country are going to survive. It needs to be fair. It needs to be binding, and with the expectation that renegotiation is part of the process and not an act of betrayal. That's a big thing too, guys. Don't think that when things aren't working the way you want them to work, you don't have a right to go back to your employer and say, this isn't working this way. We need to discuss stuff. That's another thing too. That's why, and I know what Cheryl meant when she said it, Dave's wife. I know what she meant, but most people, when they say loyalty, it's a word that makes me want to crawl up a wall, Dave. I hate it. It makes me angry because what it really means is loyalty means I need you to accommodate me at every turn. That's what it actually, when people say it, that's what they actually mean. But I said before, that progression is called a contract, right? You know what a contract also is? It's how adults behave. Doesn't that sound really refreshing in a time of the terrible twos?
It does.
Good morning. Welcome to Nemo Nation. Jimmy Mack, Dave Nemo, our good friend Andre Thibodeau is here. Hopefully the Saints will get a whole bunch more new contracts as well from some really quality players. I mean, I can't say there's anybody out there like Reggie White, and he showed up at Green Bay. By the way, you know that famous story, right? That the Minister of Defense, Reggie White, had played his whole career at Philadelphia, and he actually ended up signing with Green Bay. It changed everything over there because it put Green Bay back on the map. It said that they were a serious player. It said that a city could own a team, not just an owner, and they could thrive and do well. They asked White why he chose not to sign in big city Philadelphia and go to Green Bay instead. This was really important. He met Brett Favre. He met Mike Holmgren. And he said, I just dug the culture.
Yeah.
And I think, by the way, what we're trying to do here, and I hope you guys who are listening have joined along with us on this, is that we think there's a better way. There's a real easy way to kind of turn this into a grievance show. There's a real easy way to turn this into another empty show, just full of callers where the person sits back and checks their phone while the calls roll in. That's fine. But the idea, I think that my big word, I said galvanize was my word of the year. Culture gets used a lot, but I really think if you watch what's going on in college football, which is a mess, if you watch what's going on in trucking, which is a mess, if you watch what's going on in a lot of places, which is a mess, the places that are thriving, we got a couple of friends in the trucking industry who have really great carrier companies who are doing well, and I think they're thriving because they're establishing cultures. And by the way, I don't think you establish culture by accident. You know what I'm saying? That when you see a dumpster fire, there's no culture there. What do you think of my methods? I don't see any method at all. And I think that's really important. So that's the thing is like what are we looking for in regards to the culture of trucking? What does a real culture of trucking look like? We got a whole bunch of great guests, by the way, this morning who I'm gonna ask that question of. I'm gonna put that along with all the other stuff they're gonna talk about. I am gonna ask them what a great culture of trucking looks like.
And where is it? See, that's the other thing.
That's what Dean was kind of alluding to as well, too. Where do we go? Where do we go to find that culture of trucking?
Because when you talked about the camaraderie of trucking, the brotherhood of trucking, as it were, going back, I'll go back the 50 years like I always do. It wasn't centered, it couldn't be centered at the companies, at the terminals, because nobody was there. I mean, if you were at the terminal, something was wrong. Right. Yeah. Okay, so where was it? Couldn't be on the road. It started with hand signals before the CB radio and flashing lights, so that you always recognized and acknowledged the other driver out there on the road. But when they got to the roadhouse, like Humphrey Bogart did in They Drive By Night, that's where the culture was. At least the culture was displayed there and participated in there. And then you take that cultural gathering and go back to the truck, bring it out on the road, and you wave to the other drivers, and it's part and parcel of the culture. Then it became the truck stops, and then the truck stops became modernized because the American culture wanted fast food, and they want it now. Then the ELD forced the hand of the drivers and the truck stops to get it and go. So the cultural center of the truck stop is different now. I'm not saying you're better or worse, but it's different.
Here's the thing: I'm going to actually say a little bit worse. Okay. I'm going to say a little bit worse. I know what you're saying though, because there have been changes that aren't better or worse. They're just different. There are changes like that. Yeah. But I would actually argue to some extent is that there are moments when we don't know what we need until somebody tells us, and there are moments where we're given stuff where we told we need it and we don't. Mm-hmm. And the fast food, that link, that progressive link that you kind of worked us through right there, I don't think people wanted fast food. I think people were forced fast food. And I know that we live in a country of choice and responsibility. I acknowledge that. But I think that there was a big, giant, monstrous, awful marketing push to take the hamburger stand, which was actually a treat, and turn it into a diet, because that's how they increased their profit margin. They went from being like a place where you would go after the Little League game, a place where you would go as fun and a cheap way to take your kids out to eat, and turn kids' comfort food, where they can burn off those calories in the blink of the eye at 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, and made it into an actual diet. And I'm going to say this. I got two things to say. One is a compliment, and one is a warning to a compliment to one of our sponsors, a warning to the other. The number of people, I'll start with the warning, the number of people who have been turned off by truck stops all over America who don't give them an opportunity or a space to actually breathe, to sit down and feel like they're at a destination where they can slide into a booth and actually have a meal with a friend, is growing. And the number of people who have reached out to me and said, look, I can't go there. Why? There's nothing for me to eat, or when it is eat, I have to just pull it off the shelf and race out the door. It's almost like they're saying, well, we know you have to race out the door, so we're going to help you race out the door. You don't have to. There's a lot of people who want to stop and eat something someplace, and a lot of these truck stops don't realize what they're doing is they're creating two stops for a lot of drivers. Like, Marshall, Trucker Bosun comes to mind here in this conversation. But it's a little bit nuts, Dave, that people are being told get out the door. And I realize that the truck stops think they are helping the driver who is being told keep on going. But there are no places that are creating cultural space for the drivers to go. And drivers do have those opportunities. Okay, people need to get over the thought of they never hang out and talk anymore. I would argue that a lot of the people who complain about, whatever happened to being able to kind of sit around outside and talk and shoot the breeze, I feel like they're being told point blank, you don't get that space. I think it's a misinterpretation by the truck stops. I think they think that these people don't have this space, so they've created no space, so there's no space to do it. Okay, that being said, think about Reeds Across America, the Truck Drivers Lounge, number one, and then that dinner. That Saturday night dinner. Yeah. There, guys, by the way, if I'm going to make a pitch for Reeds Across America, and by the way, you should head over to Reeds.org, ReedsAcrossAmerica.org, and go to our page and buy a wreath if you haven't already done that. We're going to really get on top of you guys for that for the whole year, because what you are funding is the transportation fund. That's what we've chosen to fund.
Right.
And I'm telling you right now, if you want to go up there and you want to enjoy the meal that the Tyson chefs and truck drivers, by the way, it is cooked It is cooked by Tyson chefs who also happen to be the people driving the trucks with the reeds in them.
Yeah.
You will not see a bigger or better collection of some of the best, in the same way that the National Truck Driving Championships got the cream of the crop, the collection of veterans, Gold Star moms, Blue Star moms, movers and shakers in the veteran space, and the collection of drivers like our friend Jerry Hayes. All of those great drivers, Dean Croke, all of those great drivers, the Walmart. You will never see a room where the drivers from Walmart and Tyson sit down to eat with the smallest owner-operators you can imagine. From guys who are getting bigger, like Brown Dog Carrier, to people who just have 2 trucks or 1. It is the greatest collection of the industry you will ever see. I don't think even Rees understands fully, because they're not a transportation company. They're a Rees company.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't think they understand, and I think that's part of the reason it works. It's a real camaraderie. It is something that has been created in that gymnasium that you won't see in many places. But that is a choice, not a sad reality.
And it's funny too, because, well, not funny, but you're going into a big auditorium. I don't know how many, several hundred people there. And
it's a basketball court. They actually pull the bleachers out. Yeah,
they put the paper down on the floors and everything. But nobody's sitting down eating. Everybody's walking around meeting people, talking to people, seeing people that they hadn't seen since last year, and that sort of thing. It became like the world's largest driver counter.
That's exactly it. Well, it became the diner. It's actually the diner. They split it in 2. Basically, the truck stop is the driver's lounge, and what's the name of the place?
The school. I forget the name of the school.
It starts with an N.
It does.
Noregas, yeah. That gymnasium becomes the diner, and it is a really kind of. And by the way, but that's a choice. That is not like, well, that's just the sad reality. People actually, if you create spaces for them, and it's a space filled with the things that they want, emotionally need, they will actually come. I hate to sound like I'm in Field of Dreams. It's probably a highway of dreams, although there's some people that want to turn it into a highway of nightmares. We got a great show, by the way. Let's talk about these guests for a minute before we actually roll into the rest of Nemo Nation. We're going to start, of course, with our friends from ATRI, right?
Yes, Jeff Short.
Jeff Short's going to be here on the scene after that. Jamie Jones is going to be here.
Interesting to see what she has to say about your question.
The great gunslinger herself, by the way. Donnie Tulk, of course. This is, like I said, you notice, by the way, I didn't just come up with that essay or that question randomly. It's the beginning of the year thing, too. But Claire was aware of it, too. And if you look at it, people like John Mahle, friend of the show, Doug Nintzel, Tom Bray, Mike Roeth, Michael Carroll, Scott Grenerth, and, of course, Brian DeBruler, who I know you're excited about.
Yes.
Mike Roeth is joining us again, as he always does, as he kind of has moved away from the messy middle on the ground, but at the same time, he's still kind of wrestling with it, still kind of covered in that messy middle, and we'll figure out what's going on there, too, as well. It's Nemo Nation, by the way. We want you to go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997. That's a long time, actually. It doesn't seem like it is, but 97, by the way, do you realize 1997 next year will be 30 years ago?
Wow. Wow. Yeah, geez, that's...
Let that sink in for a second. 30 years ago, Bill Clinton had just been reelected president of the United States.
He was 2 years old.
He was 2 years old. He was 2 years old at the time. Unbelievable, isn't it? That's how far we come. Head on over there, by the way. Download that app. They hook up service providers with owner-operators and truck drivers who need a bit of assistance. Get out of the ditch. Get back on the road. 50 states, 8 provinces. That, of course, is truckdown.com. Nemo Nation rumbles, bumbles, and stumbles its way into its next 3 hours, starting next.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fast Sports Studios half hour.
Hey guys, welcome back. Nemo Nation, of course, in the middle of all that is Dave Nemo. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, sir.
As always, we're going to have a couple of rapid-fire half hours with three guests hurtling through space and time, talking to them for about 7 to 8 minutes before we roll on to the next. And then later on in the show, a few more extended conversations. And an old friend of the show, by the way, a drum opportunity for Dave to play in, the song that used to close us on the old platform over on satellite radio. Those folks are going to be coming and joining us as well. Pure Grain will be ending the show. I'm going to give Dave a chance to catch up on that conversation as I work on some other stuff over here. By the way, a couple of really fun announcements. We'll make a more formal version of it. Peter Stark and I, starting in February, will be doing a podcast called The Last Empty Places. It will not replace what we're already doing with him, Lindsay, and I, but we'll be kind of diving into that. Really excited about that. We're going to be launching a newsletter this Friday, so if you are not subscribed at RadioNemo.com, please do that now. And speaking of subscriptions, please hit that thumbs up button this morning on this particular live show, but also subscribe to Radio Nemo over at YouTube so you can get all the updates and information as we drop new content. We'll be changing the way we drop content over this coming year, starting next week, as we are going to do more selective strikes. The entire show will always be available on 25 plus podcast platforms, but we're going to kind of control the flow of the narrative a little bit more and not hit you with the fire hose. That, by the way, is all the bureaucracy out of the way.
Well, as we get this edition of Nemo Nation going here, Jeff Short is about to join us. Jeff is the Vice President at ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute. And the guys from ATRI will be joining the rest of the folks at the TRB for a big annual meeting coming up shortly. We'll talk about that. And then Jimmy Mack has a question for Jeff as well. Hey, Jeff, good morning and Happy New Year.
Good morning. Thanks. Happy New Year to you, too.
Oh, it's great to have you kicking off the new year with us at ATRI. We're going to kind of jump right in because Jim wants to talk. He has a question for everybody this morning, but I thought maybe we would kind of run through some nuts and bolts on TRB. Maybe some of our listeners out there have heard TRB. What is it? Who are they? What does it mean? What do they do? And how does ATRI play into it? So I thought maybe I'd just throw you into the mix there and kind of talk your way out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can go through TRB, tell you what we're doing there, what TRB is. It's actually much larger than most people think. So we will be next week attending the Transportation Research Board's annual meeting. Everyone calls it TRB Annual Meeting. TRB is a division of the National Academies of Sciences, which is kind of a fancy term, certainly. But we get down into just about everything at the Transportation Research Board meeting. So Last year, there were about 15,000 transportation researchers, practitioners, and policymakers from across the globe attending. We expect there to probably be more this year. It's a lot of people from all over the place. Folks come in, they have to do a lot of planning, get their visas, and come in from all across the globe. And then, of course, there are so many folks here in the U.S. who work in this space as well. And everyone just gets together for this single meeting in D.C. At the convention center.
This is, by the way, going to lead into my question here, and I'm not going to ask it long form, but I am going to buy you some time to kind of answer because it actually relates to what you guys are going to be doing at TRB. One of the things about conferences, conventions, gatherings is that what they often do, if they've been around long enough, they have a sense of culture around them, Jeff.
Yes.
The idea that there is a culture and there is kind of what is the point of being here and who are these people that I'm associating with and why am I associating with? And you can start off there, but the question is, and it applies to ATRI as well, because I have my own thoughts on this, the way you guys present data, the way that data is not raw, but always nonpartisan, simply just the facts man, kind of a Joe Friday approach. I was kind of curious to what you feel like the culture of TRB is like, and then if you have any thoughts on it, we would love you to kind of dig in a way that actually using ATRI properly, using it as a resource, can actually create a better culture for trucking. So talk about the culture of TRB, and then talk about ATRI as a cultural reset for the trucking industry.
Yeah. So the culture of TRB is very much. Disinterested, just focused on the facts. We are not there to necessarily push any policy. I mean, we as everyone as a whole. Certainly, with each new administration, there are going to be new focuses. The focus this year is likely not going to be on climate change research and that sort of thing. It's kind of shifting away from that. But the culture in general, I would say, is overall, we are just trying to find the facts. We are a group of people who want to know what the facts are on these things and see what's best for moving transportation forward in all different areas. I can't tell you. I'll read you one of the topics here. Establishing layer coefficients for unconventional asphalt mixtures. That kind of thing is funny to me, but it's important work for other people.
It's important. I think about that a lot around here because there's a lot of paving going around. I'm wondering, is this good asphalt or not? How long is it going to last? No, I'm serious.
And there are hundreds and hundreds of people who will be at this meeting who are thinking about the best asphalt, the best concrete. Mm-hmm. Other people will be thinking about bridges. We, on the other hand, we care about data, economics, energy, all related to trucking. We care about freight. We care about safety. Those are the big areas we're going to focus on. We're not going to be at a meeting where they're discussing wildflower programs along the highways.
But there will be somebody doing that, right?
There will be.
Yes.
There will be
Going
someone
back to
doing
Lady
that.
Bird Johnson. Jeff, I should have said this much earlier in our conversation. I'm going to do it now because it's a little confusing. The National Academy of Sciences is not a government organization, but it was founded by Congress in 1863 by President Lincoln, but it's a private, non-governmental institution. And I say that because Rebecca's been on with us doing the top 10s, and I always mention early on when Rebecca started with us, Rebecca and Dan, Mike Tunnell on ATRI on the Air, a lot of drivers thought ATRI was the government, and it took a little while to convince them that, no, it's not. So, again, this is not the government. So go ahead, Jeff. I just wanted to interject that.
It is certainly not the government. TRB has a staff, and they kind of coordinate everything that all the participants do, and some of the participants are government, and it is funded in a large manner by state departments of transportation and by the United States Department of Transportation, the TRB portion of National Academies, but it is not a government organization. So one of the big things we have within TRB is committees. There are probably several dozen committees out there. We are on the Truck and Bus Safety Committee, Freight Data Committee, Intermodal Freight and Truck Transportation Committee. And what those committees do, you have to apply to be on one, and we apply, and we've been assigned to certain committees. They identify research needs, propose studies, organize sessions. Those committees are the ones kind of directing which direction the TRB meeting goes and what the big discussion points are as far as transportation each year.
Jeff, we're going to run out of time here. We actually are out of time. I'm going to ask if at some point we'll pull you away from Rebecca and make you come in for a longer conversation to kind of give us a debriefing of what you experienced when you went there. We'd love to hear that. Really quickly, if you could say it in one sentence, what role can ATRI play in creating a better trucking culture or a more vibrant trucking culture?
I think producing research that shows best practices, and when folks read those best practices and follow them, awesome.
By the way, that's spot on. By the way, got the assignment right. First guy out the gate.
Having Jeff Short on is a best practice.
It's a best practice. Jeff, thank you so much, brother. It's good to have you guys. Go to truckingresearch.org, by the way. Skip all the more complicated one. Truckingresearch.org takes care of it, right? And just sign up, guys. It don't cost you nothing. If you sign up, you end up being able to get those reports. That's crucial. Thank you, Jeff. Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
It ain't breaking news, by the way. You get too much breaking news and eventually you break down. So we thought we would just do a little something different as we bring on Jami Jones. Jami Jones in the house, the gunslinger herself, the lady who is in charge of the situation, by the way. We have a question of the day. We're going to throw you in the deep end right here, Jami. Good morning to you, by the way.
Good morning.
So we're talking about the idea that this is going to go on and on and on. As Dave says, same news, different day. This will go on and on and on until we begin to figure out a way to truly reset the culture of trucking. And I'm asking the question this morning, rather than being, Festivus and airing out the grievances, let's go with the feats of strength direction and ask you the question, given the news you cover, given what you're covering now, what do you think like a healthy trucking culture looks like for 2026? How about that?
I think we're in the middle of a big reset button right now. When you start eliminating non-domiciled CDLs, which are, truthfully, let's call it what it is. It's a predatory hiring practice. That's what it is. When you remove that ability from major fleets to hire and treat people terrible with a substandard living wage, that once you remove that ability, the industry will be able to come back around and be a true career. That's it for me. I mean, it really is. When you take away the predatory hiring practices of substandard individuals who we are putting out there untrained, they're unsafe for themselves and others, that's when you will see a shift.
By the way, Dave and I have talked about this on many occasions, and I make the joke all the time. Sometimes when you say what somebody does in a different way, you actually see it for what it is. I've always made the joke that Southwest is the Greyhound bus of the sky. The federal government is an insurance company with an army. And I have not, and I also make the joke, I asked somebody yesterday what she thought my job was, and she was really sweet. She said, to entertain, to inform, to give people the news. And I said, that's all great, and I hope I do that too. I said, my job is to make sure that 4 hours of somebody's day who is driving over the roads are gone, and that they're one step closer to getting home than they were before. And I think that the predatory practice that you're talking about right now is a different way of reframing it. That I think that I think you're right, a CDL mill and a non-domiciled hire in many ways, well, non-domicile wasn't begun that way, but that CDL mills are deliberately a predatory hiring practice, and the worst versions of non-domicile driving, of course, is a predatory. I hadn't thought about that, Dave, had you? It's a predatory hiring practice.
I hadn't thought about that either, but it's true, and you have just laid it out there. And Jami, let me ask you this. I feel as if we are in the middle of something too, and we're in the middle of correcting some big mistakes that were made. And I don't know if they were mistakes.
Well, I mentioned that this morning. I said I think all of it was deliberate.
Yeah.
I think all of it was deliberately designed to drive people out of the market, to basically remove having to pay those pesky old drivers. We're talking too much, Jami, because you got us inspired with predatory hiring practices. Go on.
Well, and the thing is, let's not put the individuals who went through that system and got the job as they're the victims in this.
Right.
They are not the criminal. The criminal is the corporate greed. It is the, turn them loose and try and catch them mentality. I'm sorry. We are putting individuals in the seats of trucks.
Turn them loose and try to catch
and putting them in jeopardy just like the rest of us. So I know that's the part that needs to get. We need, you look at any of the social media and the posts of, people hammering on these drivers. It's not their fault. They were the victims in this too.
What would you do in a foreign country if you got placed there and you knew how to drive a truck, but you didn't know anything else? What are you going to do? You're going to try to drive a truck.
And by the way, let me codify this again. And I'm a restate what Jami has already well said, but I'm going to say it another way. I think Dave hit the nail on the head. So basically, you take people who can drive trucks but don't know the language and don't know the rules over here, and you stick them in a truck. Or you take kids who really want to be a part of the trucking industry and you shove them in a truck with less than 24 hours total training. Both people want a job. Both people you promise freedom, independence, and a nice wage, and you give them none of the above, and you give them substandard training. So not only are they a menace to everybody else on the highway, let's flip it. There are people out there who are bad actors who are driving, but let's flip it. Let's make the I-70 accident rather than the U-turn in Florida the center of this all. Here's a guy with a green card, terrified, wants to be here, wants to work, is shoved in a truck. How does he say no? How does he actually set up a defensive boundary to be able to say no if he thinks his green card is on the line? How does he do that? And that's a really great way of rethinking it, because it allows the anger that so many of these men and women feel to be directed towards the people who are actually responsible for it. Is that where you're getting at?
Well, and the thing is, it's so much more prevalent now. It's been around for a long time. Sandy Sunker, the managing editor before my boss, before she retired, she covered one with some Kiwis that were here and on green cards, and the company did not renew them, and they were stuck here. And the only thing they could do was potentially drive a truck, and it's been around for a long time, but it's just become more of a machine now, and that's we've got to shut it down.
Jami Jones joins us this morning. I think that is the definitive thing. That's it. Happy New Year to you, by the way. But I do want to ask you now that we're in 2026. So you think we're at an inflection point. What stories are you looking towards in regards to? Is there anything new percolating that people should look out for? Or is there any more new Marshall in town stuff that people should be looking for in regards to how the enforcement is going to ramp up, or any other places where the FMCSA and Mr. Barr are directing their attention?
Well, I'll step away from the agency level and let's go to Congress. This is a highway bill year, gang. This is where Congress writes the rules that are going to run your life for the next 5 to 7 years. So we need to be very keenly focused on what Congress is doing, what bills are being introduced, because they'll roll all these individual bills into a big highway bill. And this will be a game changer if we can keep, there's several bills in Congress right now that are actually pro-trucker, and we need to make sure that those make it into a highway bill. And that's what we're going to be focused on, is not only what the agency's doing, but Congress is the one that directs the agency. Let's never forget that. They write the rules, the agency enforces them. So, they already have these rules in place that, Sean Duffy, DOT Secretary, and Derek Bars are already focused on enforcement of what's already on the books. What else can we get there or take away that would make life better? This is a big, big year.
By the way, Dave, why don't you ask Jamie Jones who's going to be reading those bills in their entirety to make sure that the reporters that work under her actually get a chance to know what stories they're going to be covering. Go ahead and ask him.
Jamie, what he said.
You know what? It was funny. I moved offices about a month ago, and I found the last highway bill printed out, all 800 pages, and highlighted, tabbed, dog-eared. I'm the one that will read it word for word. I promise you, there will not be anything that slips by. I read it so that our truck driver friends on the road don't have to. I will tell them what they need to know. That's what the gang at Landline. We're going to know it chapter and verse, and we're going to make sure that everybody understands what's in it so that they don't have to plow through 800 pages of government speak.
They don't have to learn the language. You know the language.
So basically, Jamie Jones is going to die for our sins in 2026. Thank you so much, Jamie.
I love it. I love doing it. But that's my job. I do that so that our listeners, our readers, and everybody else don't have to. That's my part in the machine, is to make sure that they understand what's coming at them.
Turn them loose and try and catch them. By the way, that's the new slogan of Road Gang Radio, by the way. Turn them loose and try and catch them. The wheels have come off. We're still rolling. We've been turned loose and try and catch us. Jamie Jones, we have caught you for a brief moment in time. We're going to get you back on, as always, in an awful hurry. We love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. Thank you, my friend.
All right, love you.
Happy New Year, Jamie. What a great pick.
We move very fast here at Nemo Nation, up and down and all around. Before we get to our next guest, a big shout out to Trucker Bosun, who dropped a cool 20 on us. We appreciate you, my friend. Other folks are actually jumping in. Matt Beach put down a 5 spot. Our good friend Chowder dropped a solid 20. Outstanding. By the way, some people are overrated. Some people are great Americans. All of those people, by the way, are great Americans. Thank you for your contribution to the cause. Dave, would you do the honors?
Yes, indeed. Donnie Tulk joins us.
Donnie T.
From Tulsa Tech. He is the coordinator of professional truck driver training, or we like to say the CPTDT. Good morning, Donnie.
The NACFE too, by the way. I had to get that one in there. I can say that one pretty fast as well. Welcome to Alphabet Soup here at Nemo. LSMFT. Hey, Donnie T. Happy New Year. How'd you screw up, buddy?
I got the wrong person on. That was on me.
Who'd you get on, Mike Roeth?
No, I got John.
John, hold John on. John. Let's hold John on. Let's just call Donnie, see if he can come on next, okay? John Mahle, we'll keep John on. Hey, John, sorry about that. It's like John, of course, took the call because he is ready, willing, and able to rock and roll all night. John, hero of the hour, a man with a plan. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you this morning?
Well, we're good knowing that we're talking to you and not Donnie Tulk. That's actually a relief because this poor silence. I know that you're sitting there, John, going like, I guess I'm not on yet. I'll just be really patient about this and we'll take care of it. Happy New Year. How are you?
Good. Happy New Year to you and to everyone listening.
So you probably have heard the question we're digging into, by the way, and we'll just kind of start and throw you in on the deep end of this because it's right in your bailiwick. So we are actually asking, and you've got some other stuff you want to talk about. We are asking the question, talk to us, because you're a guy that's seen trucking from so many different perspectives. What a healthy trucking culture in 2026 could look like for you. What does that look like? If you look around for truckers, how would you say, man, this is actually going in the right direction?
Wow, that's a deep one. It's going in the right direction. I think the course correction is taking place daily, weekly. We're seeing it in a real time level. But I think in the end, it's so needed and so much better for everyone. Tomorrow, I'm putting out a podcast. I had Bob Costello on from the ATA because he's handling so many things that we're talking about and that are impacting our industry right now. Tariffs, cross-border policies, and looking to larger fleets to tell him what they're doing for 2026. And so many have minimal or no truck purchases planned for the year that would normally buy hundreds of trucks. But I think that speaks to where we've been as an industry, right? You can only squeeze it so long before it pushes back, and now it's pushing back.
Okay, so let's kind of talk about this as well, the idea of what that pushback looks like. And so I made a comment. I said, look, it's about creating boundaries, creating bulwarks around those boundaries, and then essentially kind of establishing who you are. Can you talk a little bit about what that pushback looks like, and not just how we defend the space that we create, but what you'd like the space inside to look like, if you're following there? What does it look like for the drivers who want to be around other drivers who are emblematic of what the industry should be?
Well, I think this is what we're all going to be, I guess accepting and embracing. Is probably a better term for it, because we all want the same thing. We all want safe roads. We all want good pay for drivers. We want trucks and our infrastructure of our country to be sustainable, and for people to want to get into the industry and prosper and do well. And to be quite honest with you, that's been eroded over the past 20 to 25 years. So what it looks like moving forward, this is different than anything else we've dealt with in many, many years, because this is a supply-driven push. When you take the policies that the administration has put in place and they're sticking to and enforcing, which is a big word, enforcement, right? Because there's been so many rules and regulations in our industry over the years that haven't been enforced. When you enforce them, then you're going to change the playing field immensely from what it had been the past 25 years. So I see a longer term picture of prosperity that is going to be evolving immensely over the next year.
So you're inclined, like I said, Dean Croke was on early, and he was talking about the idea that he's tracking what seems to be a very positive development. Some of it, of course, was caused by some late season storms and some other stuff that is going on in regards to we finally seem to be shedding that from the market. By the way, guys, John is in a unique position to talk about this from two different perspectives. He is a senior sales executive at Triple T Transport, but he's also the host of Stay in Your Lane podcast. You can find him at Triple T Transport as well, and on the tube of you, just look for the Stay in Your Lane podcast, and you'll see what John is cooking up. As he said, Bob Costello is going to be joining him in the next one you guys will get a chance to look at. I was kind of curious if you were seeing what Dean was seeing, meaning that
I didn't hear Dean. Can you give me a quick recap?
Yeah, he just thinks that he's cautiously optimistic for the first time.
Yep.
He doesn't think we're out of the woods, but he thinks that bottom has been hit, and it's going to be a very slow but steady climb out of where we are. It doesn't mean that everything's going to be fairy tales by next month, but the smart money is now saying, okay, we've hit the bottom of this. We might not know it's improving, but it sure is. Is that kind of your take?
It is, but I think, unfortunately, a lot of people blamed a lot of stuff on weather going into the holiday season, and we weren't seeing it weather. Yeah, yes, we had some weather to deal with, but it wasn't, catastrophic. It wasn't keeping people from getting where they needed to be. It wasn't making loads late. It wasn't killing equipment. Weather is a balance. I mean, we have weather every year. This is
different. A reason, it can be an excuse, right?
Right, and I think sometimes people are cautiously labeling it weather because they're cautious about what tomorrow is, right? What it might be, and I agree with that. but I'd almost rather be wrong in this scenario, but I don't think I am. We saw tender rejection rate go up as a industry to that 13-14% level for the holiday weeks and leading up to it was over 10, and we hadn't seen that in a long time because the excess surge capacity has been removing itself and being removed by policy. So you get to a point where I think we are, where it's now going to be a trudge. To your point, Jimmy and Dave, it's going to be a trudge because the economy is not taken off yet. We believe it will, but it's not taken off yet, and we're not feeling that. So we're not seeing high shipping volumes across the country. We're seeing low shipping volumes, and yet we're now facing capacity constraints that are pushing prices up. And in the refrigerated market, we saw in the 22% rejection rate in December.
Man, there is so much more to unpack, John. We love having you on. I want people to go to tripplegtransport.com. I want people to go to we got to Stay in the Lane podcast. We're proud of our association with them, Dave, because it's once again one of those podcasts that doesn't play politics. It plays facts, it plays information, and it opens its doors for both sides, but also reminding them that they are held to the fire and held accountable. John, as always, Happy New Year. I wish I could talk football with you, but I'm going to stay away from the topic. I'm just not going to get into this. I'm not going to get into this with you, okay?
Next year. There's always next year.
There's always next year. And by the way, Ohio State doesn't rebuild. It just reloads. Thank you, John.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Happy New Year. We'll be right back on the other side of this. John Mahle is a great guy, by the way. He was responsible for a lot of what went well over in Washington, D.C. At the Vet Ready Summit.
Yes.
We love having him on. Donnie Tulk will be next. I hope. I pray. I know.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Nemo Nation continues to roll right along, by the way. I want you guys to go to RadioNemo.com. Trust me, if you haven't already subscribed, do so now. We're going to be launching our newsletter. Gauge Illuminations is what it's going to be called, and it will be a weekly event. Hopefully you guys will enjoy the information you get from us. Hopefully we'll be able to cross the T's and dot the I's. We have a sponsor for that. Can't wait to actually attach their name to this situation, as it were. Don't forget that every Wednesday, after the show, we have a replay of the previous week's We Should Write, followed by actually We Should Write, Lindsay Lawler's flagship show over here at Radio Nemo that talks about the healing and transformative power of writing. You might not be able to afford therapy, but you can afford a pen and a notebook. And Lindsay talks to creatives, songwriters, and all kinds of people who use writing as a therapeutic tool. Might give you some artistic inspiration. More importantly, it might give you a chance to clear your head. We Should Write every single Wednesday. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Fridays. Our good friends with Trucking with OIDA, Ashley and Scott, arrive on the scene. We'll be talking to them at some point, too, over the course of the next few weeks. Can't wait to get them on the air as we figure out 2026 in grand style over here in Nemo Nation. Dave, it is good to see you. Happy New Year. We will be back over on the other side of this with a old friend, and we'll give you a chance to do the introduction again. Dre, if you would.
Now I will officially welcome the CPTDT at Tulsa Tech, the coordinator of professional truck driver training at Tulsa Tech, Donnie Tulk. Hey, Donnie, good morning. Happy New Year, and welcome.
Good morning, Dave and Jimmy. Happy New Year to you all down there in New Orleans.
Donnie, I'm actually going to throw you in the deep end. We've been asking this question of everybody that's come on the show, and I'm going to put you on the spot because I think as a guy who's used to be behind the wheel, who now helps people get behind the wheel, talk to us in regards to both what was wrong about trucking culture in the past, what was right about it in the past, what is wrong and right now. But talk to us in 2026 what you think a healthy trucking culture should look like. And you can go in any direction you want with that. It's kind of just a catch-all thing for the beginning of the year.
Okay, are you talking about from a driver's standpoint?
I'm talking about period, my brother. You can talk about from a driver's standpoint if you work that in there too, but I'm talking about period, because all of it, until the people who are, you're connected because you've done it. There's a lot of people I still think are not connected to the truckers because they don't have their own version of culture that they share with those truckers. So however you interpret that, go.
Okay, well, I think that, the culture before was, back years ago, whenever I was driving, was, it seemed like drivers got looked up to, and I'm glad to see that coming back around, because I think there was a period where, and I hate to say it, even some of the companies, some of the carriers kind of thought drivers were a dime a dozen, and they didn't have a real healthy culture of appreciation. If you look back at even ATRI's, just some of their statistics and what they've done in the past, one of the things that's always been up there toward the top has been driver respect. When you ask the drivers, what do you want, as far as from a company? Well, I want good pay. I want to get home on a regular basis if I can. I understand this is trucking, but I want respect. And a lot of times that respect was up at the top, and I think that the culture used to be that drivers were, I don't want to say put on a pedestal, but more held up a little bit, I guess, you might say, even at truck stops and things like that. I like to see the old mom and pop truck stop still come along there. They say, Big Ed's truck stop, and nowadays everything's a travel center and things like that. I know there's a lot of different people traveling the highways. Well, that's where I think that the culture now with the companies and that need to be focused on, the driver is the one that's out there making the money. And also that even goes back to training. One thing I can say now, the training culture at a lot of companies is better than it used to be. As I know that I've went to work for companies before. I only worked for 2 companies driving over the road, but both of those, were great to me. I made good money, had a great time with them, great career with them, but their training was lacking. And I think that's where the culture nowadays is better. There's things you and I have talked before where we used to have to stand in line to make a phone call, and that, on a payphone, bank of payphones on the wall. We might say we'd listen to Dave and see where he was going to be or something. He may be up at the old Kelly's truck stop in Shreveport, Louisiana, and maybe we'd get in there and see him. And that's how, in our trucking lifestyle lesson that we teach here at Tulsa Tech with our students is how things, as John Parker used to, how things used to was and how they are now.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
How are they now, right? So a lot of things have changed. The culture's got better. there's something that I think that, and I'm going to go ahead and say this, Jim, Dave, and this came actually from my son. My oldest son has got out of law enforcement after 12 years, and he's now driving over the road pulling a flatbed. Well, it came along there that the mattresses in the trucks are not as good as they used to be, and he had to get a mattress topper, but he said he sleeps a lot better. And I think things like that the companies need to listen to the drivers and say, hey, what do you need to make things, even if it comes to sleep, because you need good sleep. So that's how I think that things have gotten better in certain aspects, and some things need to come back around full circle.
Donnie, I'm picturing myself in the studio on Rampart Street as you were talking, because you brought me right back to the way things used to be, the way they used to was, as John would say. Respect, honesty, money. You could go 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, or whatever. Those three things were the top three motivators 50 plus years ago, as you mentioned. Still today, money is in the top three, but it's not always number one, and sometimes it's never really number one, because if it's in the top three, it's going to kind of be there anyway. The other things, those human intrinsic things, are so important, and as long as you pay somebody, you think you don't have to worry about the other two.
That's exactly right. But, I know that I've known drivers that will leave companies and go to work for another company, another carrier that's not paying quite the same amount of money, but they're respected more there. Mm-hmm. And that, and I mean, that's not probably just particularly in the trucking industry, but I know a lot of drivers who have done that. And that's one thing that, when we're teaching our students, they have to look out for themselves. We teach them that, you're the one that holds the CDL. You're the one, that is going to be out there. Don't put your neck on the line, where it could cause you anything where you could be in a situation that could put you in where you're illegally doing something or something like that. And, all the carriers that we deal with, are all top notch. They got great training programs. And then we've had some carriers that have wanted to come and recruit our students, and we have to say thank you, but no thank you, because we go in and their training programs are not not up to standard per se. So we want our folks, we train them as best we can and get them prepared for life on the road. And then, you need a strong carrier, strong company that has a strong training program to go along with that, and respect is part of it.
And that kind of sets us up really nicely for the point of this conversation. The point of this conversation is not back the way things was. We talk about that because we talk about the idea of what does it look like in the future. You talk about the mom and pop restaurants, and by the way, our good friend Chowder is on the chat just eviscerating certain truck stops and travel centers, talking about the lack of ability of drivers to actually have a sit-down meal with anything healthy or any sort of healthy options. He talked about the idea that the diabetics out there are pretty much being told we have limited what there is, and of course, one of the things that trucking does, given the fact that what exists at a lot of those places, is create diabetics. And I was kind of curious, in your own position, how do you guys prepare people for that? I mean, that's like when you come on Education Station, when you and I talk, we're constantly talking about how do we communicate soft skills? How do we communicate the knowledge, the institutional knowledge people need for how to stay healthy? And do you see that in the future as being part of the training programs, that there becomes more time spent on kind of getting to know the ins and outs of the lifestyle and not just the living? Am I making sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, we do that now. We teach a health and wellness lesson, and we're mandated under FMCSA regs to teach that. It's one of the topics that we have to teach. But we go a little bit further, we have our instructors that actually bring in, they have their big, huge duffel bags that they carried whenever they're on the road. Teach them what, okay, here's what you even need to pack in your clothes bag. And then here's what you need to do as far as, we've talked before, And the drivers nowadays and these students that we have come through have so many amenities. You know, the inverters, you can have microwaves. You know, I know drivers that have the little crock pot and they can cook a healthy meal. But you want to, and that's a very good point. I think Chowder made what Dave was talking about, and that was, you know, the options out there. I think we're going to start seeing more of that. Because, you know, I know y'all are aware of Project 61 and, you know, the average
Never heard of it.
of a driver.
Never heard of it. Dave and I sit on
Can't
our
even
ass.
remember 61.
61's a long time ago for Dave. Sorry about that. Go on.
I hear you. But, Jim, you and I are coming up on that. But the average age, our truckers are dying at 61 years old. That's unacceptable, you know, and it's because of the lifestyle. You know, it is a lifestyle change. And that's where I do see that we're going to have to, us, when I say we, I'm talking about us in the training training industry, are going to have to really get into that and talk to our students more about this, because most of the students are, you know, they're eating at home every night. They may be eating healthy foods, a salad and things, you know, lean meat and things like that, or, you know, chicken and stuff, you know. So we got to really, if we want to change this, we got to do something about it. And, you know, I kind of got to agree. There's too many travel stops out there with McDonald's and the Burger Kings and Carl's Jr. Or Hardee's and things like that. And I realize it's fast and everything. Everybody knows trucking moves on a schedule. It's all about time. And your time is money, so you got to grab something and go. And I think that's got to really change. You know, I think that everybody, even the truck stop operators, need to start offering more of a sit down. You know, can I get a salad? You know, and you know, a good chicken breast sandwich or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that makes such a big difference. Donnie, we got so much more to talk about in the coming year, but as you know, this what do we call it? Some beach of a show moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour. We got to get our next guest in here, brother. But the happiest of New Year's, guys, go to tulsatech.edu. That's right, I got that right, Donnie. I'm just I'm pretending I remember things.
You did.
So go to tulsatech.edu, find out all about Donnie's program. It's one of the best in the country, and Donnie sits at the center, making sure that there is a nice membership over at the NAPF TDS. We love having you, my friend. Happy New Year. It's good to have you, brother.
Happy New Year. Thank you, and Happy New Year to you and Dave.
Oh, thank you, Donnie. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Oh, but I got caught up in that song.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You know what it's called?
Is.
Right? You know what the title of that song is?
No.
That's nice.
Oh.
That's how it ends. It ends with the
nice.
end. At the end of the song, it goes, that's a nice. That's the 3-syllable version of that. That's a nice.
Well, we are going to go on the road to Arizona and talk to the host of On the Road with Arizona DOT, Doug Nintzel.
It's a cool dude, by the way.
Yes.
It's
Hey,
cool
Doug,
dude.
welcome back.
Well, Happy New Year to both of you. And I always find myself humming Jimmy Mack for some reason.
We used to open the show with that, by the way. We used to open the Saturday, Sunday show with the Shondells, the Vandellas, sorry.
Yeah.
Martha and the Vandellas singing Jimmy
right.
Mack. Love that song. I'm a little biased. I'm a little biased. How was your New Year?
Great New Year. You know, it's that time of the year when the transportation projects sort of take a break. We want to give drivers a chance to get around during the holidays. So we're going to be launching back into things now here in Arizona with some pretty big projects here in 26.
Let me ask you really quickly before we get to some of those projects you guys are launching. You got some exciting stuff going on. I wanted to make this clear because one of the things that a healthy, functional DOT does is that it doesn't just make things in boardrooms or draft rooms or discussion committees. It actually understands what's going on out on the road. And I was wondering how you guys work with carriers, independent operators, smaller companies, and the trucks of America to make sure that they get what they need, not just for them, but for the safety of everybody driving across Arizona. And just because in many ways, I think we've talked about your community outreach programs. That is how you create a safe driving culture, correct?
It really is. There is a lot of communication, of course, with the associations, Arizona Trucking Association, those types of things. We really do work to get the word out, make ourselves available, first of all. And, we have a lot of project information through the website, but I'm always telling folks, if you actually want to communicate directly with ADOT, you can actually do that directly through the website, where we say, send us a message, chat with us. And our constituent services team, I work with them a lot. They do a great job. So it is really important in terms of getting the information out to folks. And I've mentioned before, AZ 511, both as an app and then also az511.gov. You can find all sorts of traffic information. Just really important to stay in touch with folks.
One of the things, Doug, that this is Dave. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about was something that I picked up on, I guess, when you guys first started it, and that is the wrong way driver technology. I think you guys premiered a lot of the newer technologies and a lot of the newer approaches, and also the dust detection system on I-10 south of Phoenix.
Right.
Wow, that is incredible. Could you give us just a little debrief on those projects and how are they doing?
Yeah, I'll make it quick, but it is that dating back to 2018 was our very hard work to develop a system that was initially installed as a pilot program along Interstate 17 in Phoenix. That does involve the use of the thermal cameras to detect wrong-way vehicles with a focus on off-ramps along the freeway. We took a 15-mile stretch of I-17. Thermal cameras are now pointed at the ramps, and there are other locations as well. But what we're looking for is the detection of a vehicle entering the freeway in the wrong direction. The other cameras can also help track that vehicle that might be getting onto the freeway in the wrong direction. And what we really focused on is this is the type of system that there is an immediate alert into our traffic operations center in Phoenix. We have a presence with the Department of Public Safety being in the traffic operations center as well. But even if they're not, they get an alert as well right away, and it just speeds up the amount of time that a trooper can start to respond to something like that happening. And that's a key thing. It can't prevent all bad things from happening, but it can give us a better chance to reduce the risk of a serious crash going on. So that has now grown beyond Interstate 17. We're expanding freeway by freeway in the Phoenix area, where we're putting the thermal cameras in to alert us to the possibility of wrong-way drivers. And we've had some really good examples where troopers have been able to bring a vehicle to a stop before something bad happens out there. So that's my recap of that technology. And then dust detection down in the Phoenix, or south, as you mentioned, southeast of Phoenix, in the Casa Grande area, but basically between Phoenix and Tucson. It's a bad area for dust storms when they do occur. And so we now have technology on board where we're able to detect a dust storm moving in. We're able to use the variable speed limit signs and other warning signs for drivers. We spend a lot of time talking to people about do not drive straight into a dust storm. Make sure that if you see dust ahead, it's a good chance. It's that time to pull off the highway if you can. If not, there are steps you can take to prevent driving right into that. But we do have the technology that gives us very fast warnings about the dust storms that might be moving across a highway like I-10.
That kind of goes back to the culture thing too, because this is what I'm talking about. Everybody kind of contributes to this, and you made mention that about the response times of the response times of state troopers, and of course the response times of truckers as they move into these kind of dusty areas, as they move into a dust storm. What's really cool about this is that none of these things unto itself is a silver bullet for safety on the highway. All of these things in a cumulative mosaic sort of way provide more and more safeguards that incrementally, each one by itself doesn't make that much of an impact except on individual drivers, but all of these things kind of combine, create an overall atmosphere of safety and well-being for the people who make their living on the road. Is that fair?
Yeah, Jim, I'm glad you mentioned it because, we're constantly talking about, that partnership between drivers and an agency like ADOT, but there are those responsibilities in terms of driver behavior, but there are some things that we're trying to do to reduce the risk of something bad happening out there. There's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of planning, a lot of research. And I can tell you from a standpoint of interest around the country, these ADOT projects in Arizona are getting a lot of interest, whether it's conferences or people wanting to come visit and learn more about what we're doing with this technology. So that makes it worth it.
Yeah, and it's such a good point, too, because if you look at what you guys are talking about here, is we're not talking about stopping people from being stupid, stopping people from being irresponsible. We're talking about giving people who make sometimes honest, good faith mistakes, or sometimes just don't have the warning necessary to stop something they can't control. We're talking about giving them the tools in the case of law enforcement agents and in the case of people who are actually doing things right, with the with the wrong way technology and with the dust storm stuff. I don't know how many times I can tell you it's not dust for us, it's rain down here, where Dave and I can tell you I've been under a bridge and we have gotten a flash flood and things start to fill up all around you and you go, I don't deserve this. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have this coming. And in many ways the technology you're talking about, especially with the dust storms, is a way of saying you've done everything right. What is happening right now is not your fault. You're giving people one more tool not to be in that position.
And I think it's also the technology from a standpoint of growing our network of the variable message boards that are out there, the digital message boards. Those wind up being utilized right away. And that includes with the wrong way technology. When we get an alert, our dispatchers in the traffic operations center are able to light up the boards in those areas and get the message out to drivers who are going in the right direction. Hey, possibility of a wrong way driver ahead. We do add a message that says exit the freeway. And that's the type of thing we want to try to give those drivers at least a chance, that heads up that there could be something bad up ahead.
Doug, I just wanted to say something. This has been haunting me since it happened. Back in the spring of 1971, I was bringing my wife and 2-year-old daughter back from Fort Hood, Texas to New Orleans, going through Houston. I was in the U-Haul truck going through Houston. I went down an entrance ramp. I still don't know how I did. It was downtown Houston. And it must have been 2 lanes, but it seemed like 6 lanes of very angry drivers were waiting for me at the bottom of the ramp, man. And I still don't know how I did it. So you don't have to be, I don't know what you have to be to do that.
It happens.
It just happens.
It happens. And I think what Doug's talking about that is so well, he said we can't stop bad behavior, but we can make sure that good faith mistakes and unhappy accidents can be avoided.
Yeah.
And I think in many ways this is it doesn't help bad drivers. It helps good drivers who either have made mistakes or can't control the environment. I think that's what we're going for.
Yeah, I do think it's one more point to make about our I-17 pilot project where in 2018, we started collecting some of the numbers there. What we were finding is you can detect a wrong way vehicle right away, but in many of those cases, I would say more than half the cases, the driver has made that honest mistake or figures it out pretty quickly. We find that most of them are turning around before they go down onto the freeway itself. They're pulling into a parking lot of a local store, something like that. But usually, and of course, there's nothing better than having headlights heading your way to tell you, hey, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. But that is part of the things, or that's part of what we're seeing. But the overall effort is detect a wrong way driver and get the word out, the alert out to the Department of Public Safety. Troopers can respond. And yes, we've had those success stories where they've been able to bring a vehicle to a stop without a serious crash occurring.
Doug, by the way, we have to get out of here. This thing always moves completely off the rails and way too fast. Can you give people the socials and all the stuff that they should check out, and also tell them a little bit about the podcast?
Okay. AZDOT.gov, the website. And then I would say, as you're looking through social media, just be thinking about Arizona DOT. That's going to be the best way to find out about us on social media. We do have On the Road with ADOT and more recent episodes with our administrators for the Phoenix area, northern Arizona. It's a chance to learn a little bit more about the projects that we've got going on. And you're always welcome to invite me back if you want to get into the details of some 2026 projects.
Yeah, we would love to. As a matter of fact, we're beginning to kind of see there's a pattern developing here too, as you guys are trying to stay ahead of the curve and keep people going off of the curve. Thank you so much, Doug. As always, you're welcome back anytime, my friend. Happy New Year. Same to you guys. Thank you. Doug Nintzel, of course. His name rhymes with tinsel. Not as much fun after Christmas, but it's still a great name. We're going to be back on the other side. An old friend of the show is joining us, and I'm going to call him old because he ain't a broad who gets angry about being called old. Guys, go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch, back on the road. You got to get up and truck down.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
We are in a new year, by the way. This is the first Nemo Nation of the year, and I want to take a few moments before we bring our next guest on to kind of remind you guys, please, if you have not already, go to RadioNemo.com. Just go down to the bottom of that page and subscribe. If you subscribe, it don't cost you nothing. We don't charge you nothing. You will be getting our new newsletter starting on Friday. It's called Gauge Illuminations. Gauge Illuminations, and it's a chance to unwind at the end of the week, maybe catch up on some content that you have missed, get a couple of editorial musings from myself, maybe some song selections from Dave and Lindsay to keep you guys awake and enjoying the life all around you. And then just some odd facts. Dre and I were talking about this last week. Did you know that the voice of Squidward is also, our good friend Foamaster Dre, also happens to be the voice of the guy who plays Hanover Fist from the 1981 animated adult movie, not adult movie like you got to buy at the XXX section, but definitively adult, not for the kids, Heavy Metal.
I did not know that until last week.
And it's very cool, by the way. And once you know it, you can't unhear it.
Yep.
If you dig where I'm coming from. That really kind of lands as well.
Well, that's also like finding out that Patrick is also, is it the show Coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, look at the career of Patrick Warburton, by the way. The great Patrick Warburton, who we all know is the voice of Brock Sampson. From the Venture Brothers, but Warburton's voice is everywhere. He was one of Elaine's bad boyfriends, by the way, in Seinfeld. He's got that voice that talks like this. He plays Joe on Family Guy.
Cusco's poison.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about, Jerry?
Yeah.
Jerry, what are you talking about? Nemo Nation, by the way, likes all this nerdy stuff. Our next guest, by the way, has nerdy stuff coming your way.
Highway, but now it's on the side of the highway with Tom Bray. The sideway with Tom Bray. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Tom Bray is in the house. Woo! Happy New Year, Tom.
Good morning. What happened? Happy New Year to you guys. Yeah, the old guy, as I was so eloquently referred to recently here. Glad to be back.
Just
with
a
you guys.
collection of geezers and golf pants around here, man. Amateur cops and geezers and golf pants. That's what we are these days. How you doing, man? How's retirement treating you?
It's treating me great. I'm still busy because I'm helping carriers that I've known for years and the associations that I've worked with, and of course the fire department. As soon as they found out that I didn't have a full-time job anymore, decided they were going to try to make me a full-time guy for them. So it's just I tell everybody I've been retired since September 5th, but I've only been retired for about 5 days.
Not a lot of time to really kind of, I don't want to say not a lot of time to enjoy yourself, not a lot of time to breathe, because I know you're enjoying the living hell out of yourself, by the way. It must be great to kind of do all the other things you've been itching to do and dig in a little bit deeper as well, too, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And, we took a big trip. Right after I retired, we hooked the camper up and took my laptop and did some work on the road, and we were down in Missouri, Oklahoma. We went down a big trip down that direction and just enjoyed it. And it was fun getting out there with I got a big camper, so I was kind of like out there playing big truck, and I was commenting on all the different things I was seeing. I followed two guys from a company that were just incredible. They were the best two drivers working together I'd ever seen, as far as I could remember, even in my driving days. And I'm bragging about it to my wife. My wife looks at me and says, "Do you think I really care?" Which kind of sums up, because I was also pointing out all the trucks that were missing lights and had bad tires.
Wait a minute. I've heard that exact same line, and it wasn't your wife that said it.
Do you think that I really care? The Tom Bray story.
Yeah, really.
She made that remark and immediately looked back down in her book and just kept on reading. It's like she didn't get the same excitement out of the same things I did. That occurred to me all at once, right then and right there.
There you have it.
Tom,
know your place.
I know you're a regular listener. Always appreciate when you drop into the chat. Speaking to the chat, our good friend Chowder went on a Howard Beale-like rant against truck centers and travel centers and flying centers and centers of love and all that kind of stuff. And our good friend Bandit says, "Hey guys, it's Bandit. Chowder's right on the money about the food at the truck stops. We actually prep stuff during my home time so I can just throw it in the microwave or the George Foreman grill when I get on the road." And this is the big question of the day. Was the George Foreman grill the end of actually getting a good meal at a truck stop? No, the real question is, you're a guy who actually was part of that culture, as you came up in the world. Can you talk a little bit about what you think, given where you sat at J.J. Keller, given where you sat behind the wheel of a truck, what you think a healthy trucking culture looks like for both the truckers and the people in the industry?
Yeah, there's two things. The food, the good food is out there if you look for it, you know where to look. And the other thing is I always had a cooler I kept in the truck with me, and this is back when they were 12-volt plug-in coolers that I'd put good stuff in. That's where my healthy food would come from. So when I wanted a snack, I'd dig in there. I wouldn't go in the truck stop and get something off the convenience shelf, But there are places out there, the truck stops and different facilities that have healthy snacks, that have healthy things, but you got to look for them, you got to find them. That's what makes it kind of difficult. And the other thing, which I was always good at as a driver, surprisingly, when I started working at Keller and got desk bound, I got bad at it. I was just moving, getting up and getting a walk in, getting some exercise in, doing some push-ups. I was one of those weird drivers. People would be, cruising around the truck stop, and they'd suddenly stop and stare at me while I was knocking off 20 push-ups next to my truck, just trying
I don't
to get
think
some
that's
kind of exercise.
Let me ask you a question, by the way. I got Dre here, our fitness expert. You might want to get hot on that mic, Dre. Ask Dave this, too, because he's a guy on top of this. I do this a lot, too. Do you find with push-ups, it's a weird bird, that if you just start doing them, the ability to increase the number is really exponentially fast? Have y'all found that?
Oh, yes.
That it's crazy how fast, if you just keep doing them daily, you can keep adding one, and you think, I'm gonna collapse at like 15, and suddenly it's like 2 months later, if you do them daily, you're like at 35 unbroken or something like that, or even higher than that, like get to 50. My cousin got to 88, Tom. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, I was about to say, it absolutely helps whenever you, because I use them whenever I get a little anxious or something just weighing on my mind, and I'm just like, all right, I can't do anything about it. I'm just going to go do these push-ups, and then you kind of feel a little bit better.
It's great to clear your head, isn't it? You feel like I got the day off to a good start. I mean, so Tom, is that your experience as well?
Yeah, it just helps get everything centered. It gets the blood flowing. It's muscles used that you don't use as a driver in particular. And the other thing is, Dave probably knew this from in the Army, they had us do them in sets of 10, so do 10, do something else, come back, do 10 more, do something else, come back, do 10 more, to kind of make an interval type of circuit out of it, so, do 10 push-ups, do some stretching, do 10 push-ups, do a leaning rest against the side of the truck, do something different. So to set up a little circuit or a little cycle. And I don't know if Dre will back that up or not, but it always seemed to get everything working so much better to do that.
Mm-hmm.
How many times did you hear, drop down and give me 20?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I do 22.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, man. A friend of mine told me once that one of the best circuits you can do is to do 10 push-ups and then do a 30-second plank, rest. 10 push-ups to a 30-second plank, rest, and do that one more time. And then he told me point blank, he said, now, do that just in the morning once. He said, by the time you're done, I want you doing them in sets of 30. Reps of 30, where it's where you're doing 90. And it's like, it's amazing. If you just do that and do a lot of power walking and watch your diet, how quickly you can transform your body. It's nuts.
The push-up works your triceps, your deltoids, your pectorals, and your core, because you're essentially doing a plank.
Yeah.
Just a movable plank. So when you combine that plank, you're really burning those abs, or the core, not just your abs, but your core.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. So, I mean, and that's something, but that's the question, Tom. How do we teach that? I mean, we're talking to Donnie Tulk about this. How do we teach that? And I don't just mean that. Of course, you can tell people to do that. But how do we create a holistic approach to becoming a lifestyle trucker that understands what needs to be done and do it in a way that actually is organized, other than actually having ChatGPT? I mean, that's, something we can,
I was going to say, I'm going to lean back into my college from many, many years ago. I went to school for psychology. It's just habit building. You've got to convince the person. You don't have to do an hour, in the gym. If you can just do 5 minutes, a day, then, okay, now let's do 8, now let's do 10. If you just get that habit in there, where suddenly they just don't feel right if they didn't get a walk in or they didn't get, some kind of calisthenics in. It's getting that habit built in that this is the way I do everything every day. This is part of my routine. I get up in the morning, I do this, or when I take a break midday, I do this, or at the end of the day, I take a break and do this. It's just somehow convincing that person to get that habit started and build on it.
Dre drives over from the Mississippi Gulf Coast. He gets here about 5:30 in the morning. At about 6 o'clock, he goes out for a walk, comes back in about 6:15, 20 after 6, ready to roll.
Peter Stark, by the way, Dave, did an entire Last Empty Places with us once, Tom, where he actually broke down 3 different kinds of walks. He said there's the walk you give your dog. That's for him. He said there's a walk to clear your head. That's for your riding. And then there's the walk to get your ass in shape. And he said that's for guys over 60 who shouldn't be jogging, who understand that power walking. By the way, guys, I don't know if you know this, but if you actually time out your power walking properly, it has the same impact as a jog. You don't need to jog if you power walk. He said there are 3 kinds of walks: one for somebody else, one for your brain, and one for your body. And that's something that can make a big difference. And Dre's walk in the morning is for his brain. That's really for your brain, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean that's why I do what I do in the morning. I'm not taking a big walk. I do I do 10 minutes out, and then I walk 10 minutes straight out, Tom, and then I walk 10 minutes back. And it just makes a big. People forget that too. If you want to walk 20 minutes, just walk 10 minutes in one direction. And that's it. That's all you have to do, because then you got to come back. It's like truck driving. You got to come back eventually, man. That's kind of the drill. Yeah. But the other thing is too, just to kind of dig into what you've been doing over there too, is I'm wondering, now that you're not behind the desk anymore, are you seeing any results because you're actually being more active? Because you are spending more time with the fire department. You are spending more time on the move. Are you seeing any impact from that?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm still carrying a bunch of extra weight. I have for many years. And my doctor will half back me up on this. I'm the healthiest, most active, heavy person you're probably ever going to meet. But I'm starting to trim some weight off. I'm starting to get more active, and so yeah, I'm seeing the difference and feeling the difference. And we're winter up here now. We've got 1.5 to 2 feet of snow on the ground. Everything's ice. So a lot of treadmill time right now is what's going on. So I'm getting on the treadmill 3, 4, 5 times a week, knocking off 30 minutes just to just to try to get better that way. Trying to make it past. Well, I've made it past 61 by a good margin, but just try to keep things going. And you're talking about different kinds of walks. I got to mention this. My doctor told me when my wife was in an appointment with me, there's two kinds of walking. There's walking to save your marriage. That's where you walk slow enough you can talk to your wife. And then there's walking for exercise when you're walking so fast you can't talk to your wife. So I just kind of thought that was an interesting way to think of it.
Well, I have 14 years on Claire, and somebody says, why am I such a walking maniac? Is because I don't want my wife to actually have to help me carry me upstairs when Claire is 56. I'm not kidding about that, by the way. I do not want, when I am 70 and that woman is 56, to have to help me get out of a car, walk up a flight of stairs. That would just, that part of me would kill me a little bit inside, and I've made that point before. And I want, when I shuffle off my mortal coil, my wife to grieve me and not be relieved that she doesn't have to take care of me anymore, if you dig where I'm coming from. That's a big deal. I have to ask Dave, now that Tom is here, he's one of my favorite geeks in the trucking industry, along with the lady who actually runs what is her job over there at the St. Christopher Fund? A complete nerd. You had a great talk with her about all that kind of nerdy stuff. Who was it? Was it the marketing director or was it the head of it, actually?
Yeah.
It'll come to you. When it comes to you, just spit it out. But, Tom, I want to ask you, you have a little bit more watching time and a little bit more, nerdy time and a little more holiday time as well, too. So what kind of fun stuff are you up to?
Oh, boy. That's been the strange part. I haven't really geeked out. I've been watching just normal things.
Oh, come on, dude.
I just have not geeked out on anything. I'm still keeping up with all of the different Star Trek, offshoots, Andor, by the way, which is great.
Great.
I got back in and rewatched The Mandalorian just because I love that. It's the Neo space western.
By the way, Tom, there's a great video I found this morning where somebody actually took one of the gunfights from The Mandalorian and simply replaced its soundtrack with the soundtrack from The Good and the Bad and the Ugly. It completely works. Yep. It completely works, which is really, really kind of a groovy thing as well. I'm always kind of surprised. And I have to ask, since we're moving into a new year, and since you and Claire developed one hell of a, what I would call holiday relationship in your emails, can you talk a little bit about what you guys did for New Year's?
Well, we're in the midst of our third Christmas coming up this coming Sunday, so we're still having our Christmases, our big family Christmas with about 30 people here is going to be this coming Sunday. Christmas Eve we had about 30 people here, and then Christmas Day we had a whole bunch. Not quite that big a batch. New Year's we were just proud of ourselves this year because we managed to actually make it till midnight in the central time zone. So for whatever reason, New Year's is kind of slow. I'm always on duty New Year's. I volunteer for that one because Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, that's always a big deal for us. And then we have our family Christmas Sunday in there somewhere and other Christmas get-togethers. So I'm taking I'm missing a lot of on-call time. So I always take New Year's Eve traditionally. But I was so proud of myself. I made it till midnight Central Time this year. So
I wanted to also, and kind of finally, before we have to kind of shuffle off this radio coil and get to our next segment, Todd Bray joins us, by the way. It's nice not to have to attach anything other than friend of the show to his being here, by the way. I was kind of curious, if you would like us to send you a king cake, because, we've talked about your beloved Kringle. I know one of the few holidays. I don't think you guys celebrate Mardi Gras, do you? Because you celebrate Arbor Day. These people celebrate Arbor Day, but you don't celebrate Mardi Gras, do you?
No, the only Mardi Gras we do the Fat Tuesday, but not really the Mardi Gras thing. This is one of the things I'm looking forward to is I might be coming down to see you guys, but I'm not going to necessarily try to hit Mardi Gras. But,
well, the thing is, though, remember this, though. If you come for any of the three, and Mardi Gras is early this year, February 17th. If you come for any of the 3 weeks beforehand, there will be a parade we can take you and anybody else that comes with you to. If you come really early, the most inappropriate parade of all time, Crew de Vue, is the first one that rolls. And I will tell you the title of the float, Dave. I think I can get away with this. Cockbiting and cockfighting. One is inappropriate, the other is a grand Louisiana tradition. You decide. Yeah. And that's and another.
The way I heard.
Go ahead.
I say the way Dave was snickering in the background, I'm not so sure we might want to be going to that one.
By the way, my other one favorite, right after Katrina, the float rolled around the corner, Dave, and it was a mime inside of a glass case, and it said, "Take us back, Chirac." Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, it is wild. And my favorite part is you go to that parade, and there are all these people with their families there on the street just laughing and having a good time. Like, that kid is 6. Get that kid home right now. Tom Bray has joined us this morning. Go ahead.
To get back to the original question, yes, please send us a king cake. That would be awesome.
Oh yeah, and there's a couple of options as well too. I was thinking of you because I was thinking of all those Kringles I see at Trader Joe's. By the way, those Kringles cost $22 in the real world. Over at Trader Joe's, they cost like $9. They get the wholesale deal of the year.
Tom, before you go here, real quick, I know you know what a king cake is, but do you know what is hidden in every king cake?
I do not.
Okay, good.
This is going to be an education.
I won't tell you here.
Yeah, but I will tell you, though, since it is an education, just be careful how you chew. But I know you always are. 30 chews at least, Tom. 30 chews. It's a good way to start the new year. Thank you, brother.
All right. Glad to be here. Glad to talk to you guys.
I'd like to say the fellow from J.J. Keller, but simply I will say, friend of the show and great American, Tom Bray has joined us this morning. Thank you, Tom. Love you.
It was Courtney and Lindsay. Courtney's the executive director, and Lindsay is the health director of health at St. Christopher.
You got to get them back on, man. We got to get those folks back on the show.
They are great. They are
get those
great.
Folks back on the
you
show.
know who else is great? The man who was about to join us right now.
The man in the messy middle?
Yes. The man stepping out of the messy middle.
of NACFE?
Yes. Mike Roeth, the executive director of the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. Happy New Year. Welcome back. Welcome to 26, Mike.
Happy New Year. I know what's in a king cake.
There you go. Fantastic.
Yeah. By the way, I have a great, everybody, Tom will look it up. One of the funny things is that we had a minor league baseball here in New Orleans, and they called it the Zephyrs originally, Mike. They called it the Zephyrs to name it after the old roller coaster that was very famous in the city of New Orleans. They changed the name to the Baby Cakes.
Oh,
and what they did was they created this giant baby mascot with like a king cake crown on its head, and it was wearing a diaper. This thing terrorized so many human beings and so many children at the stadium. But it worked. Brought a lot of attention to them. So, yeah, there's a baby in the king cake,
that's
guys.
That's what it's about.
Those babies used to be porcelain. Now they're plastic.
Yeah, they used to also be, and the Italians would give it to you with a bean inside of it. You get the magic bean that's inside of it. Hey, Mike, by the way, I didn't think you were going to talk about king cakes, did you?
That's the baby Jesus, by the way, in the king cake.
So basically, if you're not careful, you can swallow the baby Jesus, is what you're telling us? Yeah, by the way, tomorrow is the Feast of the Epiphany, the first day of Carnival. That's why we're talking about king cake. We're talking to Mike, though. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm back in the South, so I'm on the Gulf where I was in November. I'm back here and enjoying the weather and ready for the exciting parts of 2026. I'm ready to go.
Fantastic. What is on the checklist? I'm sure there's something that has to be done first. Are we? And I was we were talking about you a little bit earlier, and we were saying, well, is Mike still in the messy middle, or are we kind of stepping out? So how are the footsteps leading?
Well, it's this isn't a sprint; it's a marathon. It's going to be messy for a long time. I think certain parts of things will clear up. Like if you're doing long distance, long haul over the road with sleeper trucks, irregular routes, most of this alternative fuels is still going to take a long time. Maybe we'll first see it with renewable diesel at pumps at truck stops or biodiesel, but the ability to have charging of electric trucks or hydrogen or natural gas. Although natural gas is kind of in the middle of all that with a fair amount of fueling out there, but it's gonna be a while. So some of it's gonna be messy a long time. Some of it's gonna clear up quickly, and that's why we're here. And that's why we're doing what we're doing, because you don't want to get behind. Is some of the advice we give. As maybe battery electric trucks drop a lot in pricing, we're starting to see some possibilities of the new truck OEMs coming in at pricing significantly under what we've seen with battery trucks in the past, and utilities coming up with programs to put the infrastructure in place at some sites. Those would be for places where the truck returns to the same spot, same depot every night. So, to answer your question, it's going to be messy for a while, but we want to be here to help when the fog clears for different parts of the market, helping the fleets and their support organizations, whether it's their truck builder, their infrastructure folks, their dealerships, all be ready when it makes sense for them, because that gets really ugly. That wouldn't be even messy. That'd be the ugly middle, right? If the world's changing and you're not keeping up with it and you miss it, and you're kind of in the attitude, well, my dad and grandpa made money doing diesel and running the trucks this way, and if you miss a change, that's not good for any of us.
Boy, that's for sure. That's for sure. You miss a beat on that, you're out of the parade. Speaking of Mardi Gras. For sure. I want to ask you something because I've been reading some things about the grid, and about folks who plan. And the planners, please correct me if I'm wrong here. It's my understanding that generally speaking, overall, the utilities have a 5-year outlook. In other words, they look 5 years ahead to see where they're going to be and what they're going to need. Does that hold up in terms of what you see and how, in other words, there's always a link that's going to be the weaker or the weakest link. How do the utilities play into the chain, so to speak?
Yeah. Well, late in my career like this, I never thought I would care about the grid or electricity like I am now.
Yeah, exactly.
given what we've got going on. But, here's the thing. Electricity is almost like food and shelter and water. I mean, it's become a necessity, and it's become a necessity that, we cannot do without. I mean, anytime there's a power outage, it's a national story. There's, people are hungry, they can't communicate, on and on and on. So it's moved from a high want to an absolute necessity. So with that, the utilities have a huge responsibility to not allow and not have any brownouts, blackouts, downtime. So their whole system for 125, 30 years has been pretty, high on resiliency, high on uptime, and now more than ever. And with new demands like electric vehicles, like electrification of a lot of housing and buildings, and then also what we're seeing with data centers, there's a demand growth. And so, but here's the good news, I think, is that each of these loads are different. They're different in how they're pulled from the grid, whether it, and so you've got generation of electricity, you've got transmission, and then you've got distribution to a site or an actual location. And so some of these loads are constant and they're all the time. Some of them come and go. And so those loads that come and go, like trucking will, you can't plug a truck in unless it's at the site. So once it gets there and you plug it in and it starts pulling, that's a load. So what's happening is that the tried and true long-term analysis that's done by the utilities to put new loads on the grid is changing dramatically, and that's got its headwinds and tailwinds. And one of the things that's a tailwind that we're seeing is things like, they formally call it a flexible interconnection. And what that means is that when you try to connect a more power, you're asking for more, and they go through this, like you said, 1 to 5 year process to get you the power. Oftentimes they could do it. They just are so, careful around that load. So what they're doing now is they're looking at it and saying, okay, well, wait a minute, Mr. Trucker, if you can only charge your trucks, at 2 a.m. instead of plugging in at 10 at night, or, just delay the charging a few hours, then we can give you that power, and we can do it quick. And so there's actions like that are beginning where, it's just like normal life, right? When something new comes along, you're conservative with it. And then, if you really want it to be part of your life, then you make it work. This is the week of exercise, right? So if you really want to exercise and change your habits, you'll find a way.
So it's it's a when, not if. In other words, we got the power, but not at 2 p.m, maybe 2 a.m. we got it, but it's there, but it's not always readily available.
That's right. And so, the first thing is can we store it somehow?
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of things looking at that. Do you use backup batteries, or do you store that energy some other way? That's where hydrogen comes in. I mean, there's even places where, during the day they're pumping water up high into a lake, and then in the middle of the night when you need that electricity, you let that water flow down through, traditional dam, and you make electricity that way when you need it in the night. So there's ways that you can store it, also that the whole grid and utility industry is looking at pretty quickly and fast.
Mike Roeth has joined us, and I hate the fact how fast this always goes. It feels like you're in and you're out. We've actually got to figure out a way to get you a longer segment at some point so we can do what I call the vast wide world that is NACFE.org, the vast wide world that is making our way through and in and living inside of the messy middle. Did you have a good New Year's?
Yeah, I sure did. And like I said, I'm buoyed. We've got a lot of challenges in trucking this year. I mean, freight recession's still there. We got tariffs. We got a lot of challenges. But that's we choose this market. We choose this work, and I'm excited to choose it and figure it out going forward. NACFE's our schedule this year, guys, is to issue a significant report every month, and there's a couple months where we might do two. So my whole team, the whole team at NACFE, digging into data, digging into information. Right before Christmas, we published an idle reduction report, but we've got a lot coming for the industry, and really excited. So we'll use this segment or whatever we come up with to inform everybody what we're learning and what we think everybody should do.
By the way, that is landing the plane or bringing the truck into the dock absolutely perfectly, Mike. It sets up a great conversation to come and a great new year of 2026 with our friends from NACFE. Go have the best of days, my friend.
You too. Take care, guys.
All right. Mike Roeth is a regular contributor on Nemo Nation. I'm thrilled for that association and thrilled to be associated with you. Guys, phone lines are open for the next half hour at 615-292-6366. Same number of guests. We just kind of moved and shuffled them all around this morning. Hope you guys can get into the conversation. Hang on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Monday.
And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
From the Fastport Studios in good old NOLA, baby. Hello, Dave. Good morning.
Hello, Andre.
Hello, Jimmy. Good morning.
Hey, my good friend Andre. Happy New Year to everybody. Dre and I got a chance to say that to each other on Friday when we came back in business, by the way. We're not going anywhere. Dave, I'm not going to get into the details of it. Have you ever had a day where it got progressively worse Don't say yes yet. Yeah.
Think on it.
I'm
biting my tongue already.
Well, no, I'm doing this because one of the things. Don't you hate it when you actually have a point to get to, and everybody, and you, in the middle of it, you have what is obviously a layup for the Weisenheimers to make a joke. So I want to make it really clear. Everything gets progressively worse, moment after moment. Tension builds, anxiety builds, and as a matter of fact, you get to a point where you think to yourself, "This is the end." I mean, this is a great sea change is going to happen, and it's one that I don't have any control over, and I'm simply going to have to respond to it. And you're reading it right, meaning that there is a great sea change coming, but you think you're being boxed into a corner, and you get to the end of the day, and something happens, something emerges, a happy accident, a fateful phone call, a conversation that was supposed to go 10 minutes ends up going 2 hours, an opportunity out of the blue arrives on your desk, and everything turns in the blink of an eye, where you spent the entire day on edge, angry, anxious-ridden, only to end it, and in the final 2 hours look back and go, that was a great day. Has it ever, I mean, like I said, if you say no, that's fine, but has it ever happened for you where you thought, I am so trucked, since we're going on this whole methodology of not cursing anymore, and we're going to honor that, and we also hate, by the way, I hate when people do it. It's not clever. I'll tell you, when it's clever, it really lands. And the problem is, my whole problem with using the word truck for the F word is that even when it's clever now, I don't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I just hear, oh, you're doing something everybody else has done. Mm-hmm. Find something new to do. Have you ever had that kind of day?
I think so, but I can't think. I was trying to run through my files here in the brain. I'm sure I have.
And I was kind of, what I wanted to ask you about is maybe, I don't know, but I don't know how long this took to play out. So you guys went... You literally did not have a show. That whole famous convention story when you pretty much were told you have no show, and you and Mickey went, no, we got a show, we're doing it.
Mickey McIntyre and I were at Matt's. We borrowed, actually, we were given.
Set the story up, though, for what happened.
Okay.
Because, I mean, basically, in order to get borrowed, you have nothing, right? Tell them why you have nothing. What happened?
Because we didn't have any, we had no company. We had no jobs. We just went to Mid-America hoping that something would happen. And we were working with some folks who turned out to be not the best people in the world. And they
so nice, dude. They're a bunch of grifters who robbed you.
They brought us to Matt's, but they didn't, and we had a booth. We were in the pavilion, and and a friend loaned us some booth stuff, to decorate the booth and everything. We're there, and we're doing good, Mickey and I are doing good, and things are working. And the owner of the little company we were working for came up to us and said, don't bother to show up for work on Monday morning. And that's exactly the way he said it and the words he used. Can you imagine that? Don't bother to show up Monday morning. Well, actually, it was nighttime. We were still on at night. But Mickey and I looked at each other and said, the hell we won't. We'll be there. And we did. And we struggled along for a while. And, but
But I mean, that might be the example.
That's a thing.
And it was more than one day for you guys, but how quickly were you back on the air?
We never went off.
Right.
Yeah, we never went off. We just went back and did it. And our sponsors were with us, and we just changed gears, so to speak.
Don't bother coming back in.
Yeah.
Don't bother coming back in. Dre, have you ever had that kind of day?
Not like, because I was sitting there trying to think about it as well, and when it came to, whenever I did catering, it reminded me of one of those days where it's just like one thing after another went wrong, and this wedding just went awry. One person didn't show up, I had to do something. This other person didn't show up, but then I had a buddy come in for last minute. But then at the end of the day, I sat and just looked at it as a whole and just being like, man, having the opportunities to be able to make it better, and it went good at the end of the day, and I felt good about it, and I had a happy, not a marriage, I said I had a happy overall bride and a groom, and just sitting there and looking at him like, all right, everything else went wrong, but the big picture went
Well,
great.
that's the focus. That's a different version of the same thing. So that actually counts. I'm explaining back what I think you've told me because I want to make sure I got this right. So basically,
because I can't really put it in the words of what you're wanting.
That's the only thing I got. It's the play where everything that could go wrong backstage goes absolutely wrong, but what the audience sees is dynamite and terrific.
Exactly.
And so you don't realize it. You think, oh my God, what a horrible show! People tripping backstage. One guy ran into an air conditioning duct, knocked himself out. We had to put somebody else on stage. These are all, by the way, true stories that I'm just kind of putting all together in one thing. The lights didn't come up at the right moment. Sound cues were off. One actor had a little bit too much to drink. This is an absolute disaster. And then the lights go down on the final moment, and there's what we think is a devastating pause of silence. And we think, oh, man, here it is. Here's the reckoning. And the audience erupts into wild applause, thunderous ovations. People are screaming, author, author, author. The drunk comes out, and people get even louder to cheer for him. The actor who was sent in to replace the guy who knocked himself out gets a rousing kind of cheer. People are throwing flowers on the stage. And you're like, how did we end up here? And you say, I'm Spartacus, and I brought us here. But that's the thing, where everything went wrong as far as you could see. But at the end of the night, the bride and the groom couldn't thank you enough for the joy that they and their family had at that evening because of what you provided.
Exactly.
That's
it's like the inner turmoil of every day of what you're going on and inside. But outside, we look great. You know what I mean?
So basically, you just described Road Gang Radio, Nemo.
Yeah,
segue. You like that, by the way? That's exactly. I will tell you, there have been a couple of times that Dre and I have walked in here like Eeyore. Like, I guess we'll get through. I don't mean like Eeyore about like the show, but like Eeyore about the world in general. I guess we'll get through it. And then it's like live from the Fast Forward Studios.
I'm dying on the inside, but welcome to Road Gang Radio.
But then about 30 minutes into it, though, then Dean Croke or somebody shows up. Then somebody really groovy shows up.
I see Dave smile.
Kevin Lindsay shows up, and he's thrilled about what's going on with Ole Miss. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah.
It's literally every day at Road Gang Radio is Tuesday on the Mickey Mouse Club. And you remember what Tuesday was, right?
Talk to me.
Anything could happen day.
Oh, that's
and
right.
usually did, my friend.
615-292.
Nemo.
Give us a call.
But you dig where I'm coming from now?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you spent your life one step ahead of the sheriff, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And, and in some ways, like I said, the day itself just seems like it, and I don't mean the day is never going to end. That's not what I mean. These days go by pretty damn fast. They are filled with dread and anxiety because at a certain point, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the very unhappy bride and groom take the floor for their first dance, and it's come for you. The reckoning. And what I realized to a large degree that you can't be a success in this world. Look, that's not fair. You can't be the kind of person who is a star or a hero if, in fact, you are afraid of embarrassment. And if cringe is a governing principle, that will diminish me. That will make me seem small. That will make me seem like that anybody that talks, there's a point where people who talk about dignity, you realize you're not talking about dignity. It's a very different thing than avoiding embarrassment. And sometimes you're headed towards the end of the day. That's what happens. You're headed towards the end of the day, and you realize there's no escape from looking like a fool. So you start to call audibles. You're like, I'm going to look like a fool regardless, so I might as well look like a fool now and take some chances. And then things really start to pay off for you. I don't know. I don't know if, in fact, yesterday might have been that reckoning for me. And I don't know if that day will come again soon.
Yeah.
But man, when I tell you one step ahead of the sheriff yesterday was exactly where I was.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
I tell you what. And like I said, somehow the messy middle is a place where we muddle through and get through to the other side. That's kind of the deal. As I said before, I read a letter to Dave and Dre at the top of the thing. And one of the things, my big concern in 2026 is that there's a lot of momentum. It's complicated why we have momentum, but there is momentum to maybe for the first time turning things in favor of trucking. It is not yet in favor of trucking. Anybody who's declaring victory right now is in terrible trouble. But there's a real opportunity when it comes to the uncovering the rock that has exposed what's been going on with the abuse of non-domiciled CDLs, with the absolute abuse of what's going on with CDL mills, and the absolute abuse of many in the trucking industry using their platforms to advocate for a world in which truckers are paid less and more keep getting brought in to create a churn sort of atmosphere. It seems like, Dave, in your lifetime, have you ever seen this sort of real, I guess not just in the industry itself, but in the general public, a conversation of, we got to get these people paid more, we got to get these people better trained, and people aren't doing it because they care. They're doing it because it's threatening their ass now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure,
have you seen this before?
No, I don't think so. Within the confines of the trucking world itself, all the time. But in the broader world, the entire population, no, I don't think I have. Look, something I wanted to say earlier about when we were kind of on the YouTube chat, it turned to food and truck stop food and air fryers and stuff like that. Paranormal Pyroman said he likes some fried air, and that's the first time I've ever seen somebody do a joke about air fryers.
Some fried air.
I didn't see that coming. I thought that was funny. I wanted to respond to him, but I couldn't at the time. But anyway, what I'm getting at is when I was a little boy in the 50s, we would get in the car to go on a trip. And in the back, my brother and I would be in the back seat. And if we weren't laying on the shelf in the rear window, we were laying on the bed that my stepfather made by taking some lumber and some plywood and making sort of like a little pallet between over the floorboard to make the whole back seat like into a big bed. And that's how we traveled. But where did we eat? We ate where every smart family ate on a road trip. We ate where the truck drivers ate because that's what you did. Now the truck drivers get to eat where everybody else eats.
That's that Buc-ee's. By the way, we used to eat. A couple of great lines today. We used to eat where the truck drivers ate.
Yeah.
And now the truck drivers eat where everybody else does. That's a good line.
Yeah.
That's right up there with Jamie's. I thought was terrific. By the way,
Jamie's was terrific.
How did you put it?
Boy, that's a classic stall, and it fell flat. I can't remember. She said, "God, it was so good." My memory is like very short.
And turn them loose is the second half of it.
Yeah. Oh, turn them loose and hunt them down.
What's that?
Turn them loose and hunt them down.
Turn them loose and hunt them down.
Yeah.
Turn them loose and hunt them
I'm
down.
writing it
Put
down
that on a
right
shirt.
now.
Yeah, but basically that's it. That's really the core of it, by the way. Turn them loose and try to catch them.
Try to catch them. That's
turn
what
them
I
loose and
said.
try to catch them.
I'm writing it down right now.
And by the way, that in many ways, everything I talked about, the non-domiciled drivers, the CDL mill drivers, the under 21 drivers, in the non-apprenticeship form of it, in the what I call the non-properly trained form, it's all turn them loose and try to catch them. And it's funny, but it goes back to what she had said earlier too. She's talking about predatory driving practices. It's predatory driving is what it is. It's preying on drivers in a predatory fashion, predatory hiring practices, and I don't think she's wrong. That's what's heartbreaking. That's not just, there are comments people make like that, Dave, occasionally that are incredibly cynical, and you have to kind of say, hey, look, dude, there's a lot of good-meaning people here who've made some mistakes. I don't think she's wrong.
No, she's not.
I don't think there's anything cynical about it. I think it's not only not cynical, I think it's spot on. And I think it's been the strategy all along. And you've seen it for 55 years, haven't you?
Well, yeah, but look, okay, and I hate to keep harping on this.
Harp on it, brother. Harp on it. Give me a harp, Dre.
Harp on it!
Go back to 1937, and this is on the English thing, but
is that before or after you were involved in D-Day?
Damn.
That was before D-Day.
By the way, we've told that joke a couple of times. By the way, the moratorium is off. Explain why I just asked that was before or after you, Dave, was at D-Day.
Back on the old platform, and going back to AM, satellite and everything. There are certain days of the year that we go all military patriotic, and D-Day obviously is one of them. June 6, 1944, and I had I have tapes of Eisenhower and other people speaking. It was really, really nice and had a lot of material.
You were there to record it,
yeah,
right?
A young lady that worked with us asked me, wow, you are so into D-Day. It's like, were you there?
Immediately displaying an absolutely vapid sense of history and not being able to do math simultaneously.
Yeah.
Oh my God, so you failed history and math at the same time.
Yeah.
How old do you think I am? And by the way, had you been at D-Day, you look terrific, dude.
Thank you, yeah.
You look terrific, man. It's like even James Doohan, you outlived that son of a bitch. I got to tell you, you look amazing.
Well,
so
that's what President Taft told me.
Oh, I understand. By the way, when you actually interviewed him, was he actually in his bathtub or in the Supreme Court?
Well, he had already broken the bathtub, so that was out.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
yeah.
You were saying, Sarah, we were talking about trucking. We were talking about the predatory atmosphere.
Yes. Okay. There are bills. Are things going to turn around for truck drivers? Okay. The trucking industry and truck drivers to me, are becoming two entities now. Maybe they always have been. I don't know. Because that kind of plays back to our earlier discussion a couple of years ago about guys coming out of Vietnam. They just wanted to be left alone. Trucking was perfect for that. Trucking was a moonlit operation. Now it's solar powered. But the only bill in Congress pertaining to truck drivers right now that has any measurable support, and this one only has about 40 or 50 sponsors, is the one about non-domiciled drivers. That's where the emphasis is, to get those guys, because they're the ones that are ruining everything.
You know what's sad about it, though, right, is the fact that, like I said, there are people who support it because it is so in the news. They know they can't escape that one.
Well, okay. I hear that. I hear that.
I agree with you.
No,
By the way, though, Dave, can I say something? I'm not against the bill. I'm not against that bill. I'm just against it's like, yeah, that's the easy one.
Yeah.
That's the easy one.
Guaranteeing overtime for truckers ain't so easy.
Guaranteeing overtime for truckers ain't so easy. CDL mills ain't as easy as people think it is. Although this DOT, this Imperial gang of guys might just be like, the hell with it, no more. They might set up their own rules and say, stop us. That seems to be a big thing these days in this country. There are a lot of people out there on all sides of the aisle who are like, oh, I can do it. I'm going to keep on doing it. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Not a damn thing.
Not a damn thing. Nothing going to go on. But like I said, I feel like we were actually at a moment. Here's the problem. And so now you're going to get why I brought up what I brought up. The idea at the end of yesterday, I made a decision not to be relieved at the reprieve. Don't be relieved at your reprieve. You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because I think one of the things that really unravels a business, really unravels an opportunity, is getting close and being like, oh, thank God, we can go back to normal. We had a person that we fired at this company who could never keep up with the programming. She just couldn't do it. And one of the reasons she couldn't do it, Dave, is that she would finally get everything booked at the last minute, like on a Friday. Dre knows what I'm talking about. On a Friday, finally, you'd get the guests for Saturday and Sunday. Mm-hmm. And they'd be okay guests sometimes, as a matter of fact. The problem was we couldn't promote them, but that wasn't the biggest problem. The guests would be great. Maybe we'd get a recording or something of it. The problem is that she would get the guests booked on a Friday, despite the fact that there were no guests booked for the next Saturday or Sunday. And instead of being like reprieved, she would be relieved.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now I can go back to doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you gotten away with something? And I don't mean like gotten away with a crime, but gotten away with having almost blown an opportunity to then, rather than take advantage of the opportunity, to kind of sit back and be like, I'll always make it. Honestly, tell me.
Yeah.
I'm not pointing at you, but I'm asking in general. How many times
He's
have
looking
you?
at me, but he ain't pointing.
No, but
he's like, don't give away my secrets.
No. But how many times, Dre, in your life, and everybody's guilty of this. I'm terribly guilty of this, where it's like, oh, thank God, now I can go screw off for 2 days.
Yeah.
As opposed to being like, oh, no. Today's the moment. That's what Lincoln was angry about in the entire Civil War. His generals would win and then withdraw. It's like, no, go end this thing right now. Go win it.
Yeah.
Because winning one game or winning one moment, or it's like basically, it's like those teams who get ahead, at the end of half, 17-14, when they're not favored by, where they're the underdog by 35 points. and they're happy at losing by 10, you still lost. You know what I'm saying? There's no moral victories. Oh, we got away with one there. Well, it's an opportunity. You have been given, what is it? It's like Christ with the adulteress. Go and sin no more. Everybody misses the point of that story, too. Everybody thinks that the whole story with the adulteress is about he who hasn't sinned cast the first stone. That's a tactic that Jesus uses in that story to save this woman's life. But what he says at the end is, you do it again, I'm not going to be here.
Yeah.
That's your ass. And basically it's a story about that, that a Jewish carpenter pulls a hat trick out and manages to prevent a mob from killing him and this woman. And he basically tells her, you're not going to get another chance. And I think that one of the things that 2026 should be for drivers, and I'm telling you all this, make sure you sign those petitions, make sure you sign those comments, make sure you actually, do all the work, make sure you learn your state senator, your House representative offices, make sure you do everything you're supposed to do. There is no relief. What is the band Rage Against the Machine say? There be no shelter here. The front line is everywhere. Well, guys, what has happened is we haven't left the front line. It just turns out that maybe some reinforcements and maybe the cavalry has arrived, but you still got to sweep the field with the bad guys. Battle of Pelennor Fields is not over because they were here and arrived. It's over because they keep fighting. That's kind of my take on everything. So that kind of takes care of both ends of the equation. I knew we had a half an hour in the first hour and a half an hour here, and I kind of wanted to kind of talk about that, the idea of being relieved. Don't let a reprieve turn into relief, because that can quickly get you back to the same place in an awful hurry. In regards to fun little resolutions, I know you don't have any other resolutions. The other ones are private. But I was kind of curious, is there anything fun that you want to do this year that you haven't done in the past? Take a run at something? Yeah.
I want to get back into New Orleans. What I mean by that?
We've talked about that. Yeah. I would love to join you in that.
I want to be a tourist in my own city.
Not all the time. I want you and Cheryl to go have your stuff, but I would love to join you in that. You want to be a part of that, Drake?
Oh, God, 100%, because I'm slowly but surely learning about New Orleans, and it's just like I've been coming here since I was a kid, but I never really got to embrace it because I was always the tourist, and now I'm here.
I'm not taking credit for this, but did Claire and my bike ride inspire you a little bit?
It did indeed. Yes, it did.
Yeah, it inspired me. That's why I wasn't asking like I did something good. It was like I just, like I said, Claire at some point, at the halfway point as we crossed out of the Faubourg Marigny away from the cemetery towards the French Quarter tour, she just turned, Dave, and she went, I'm having a good time. and she wasn't like being a jerk, like I don't normally have a good time, but she's like, you never know how those things are going to go.
Sure.
Those walking tours. And we were just having a good time. And, being a New Orleanian, no matter where you are, is important, but being a New Orleanian in New Orleans is important. Anything in particular on the docket for that?
Yes, there's a new museum in the Jack's Brewery. It's the Museum of Illusion. It's like a magical. Magic.
And there's a new Storyville Museum down in the French Quarter as well, too. First rate, well done. I was surprised about that as well. Some really groovy stuff is happening down there, guys. That's
Storyville. Well, there's a good story.
By the way,
Storyville got its name.
I had a knife. By the way, we got that in the tour.
Okay.
He was, and by the way, Storyville got its name, and the man whose name it was not happy about that name. Not at all. That's absolutely true. It's not named after a story. It's named after a man named Story. That's absolutely true. There's a lot of stuff that I'm looking forward to and excited about this year. And by the way, remind me after the show, and we'll talk about it on the air when it gets formalized. We got some great stuff coming up in regards to a new variation, a new wrinkle on Destination Detour, which we've talked about in the past. We got a really good variation on that too. Guys, make a point of that. In your spare time, don't just be relieved. Take the reprieve and go do something fun.
Yeah.
Make a little time, do those push-ups, walk around the truck, and then go find something fun in the communities you might stop by to go see something really beautiful, to go see something really unique, to go maybe, use that trip plan as a way to find that diner that actually gives you that camaraderie and spirit you're looking at. And here's something fun, too. For those of you who have CBs, but for those of you who have the phone numbers, you don't get a chance to see each other. Our good friend Chowder does this. Our good friend Packrat does this. Make a plan for another driver that you've befriended on this show or any other show or any other platform to meet in real person, to meet, have a sit down in real life, kind of have a meal and do that thing. I think you'll find that it will be a life-changing experience. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre is setting up our next guest. We'll be back on the other side of this break. It's Nemo Nation, the final hour. The post trip is headed your way. Don't forget Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write every Wednesday. Trucking with Oida every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And Road Gang Radio Tuesday through Friday. Go to RadioNemo.com. Please subscribe. Newsletters coming out soon. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
As Dave pointed out to me, I let him read the quote. Tom Bray in the chat actually had a really great line. What did he say?
Yes, he's a card and should be dealt with. He says one of the best World War II museums is in New Orleans.
No, the best.
Actually, it is the best.
It is the best, and it is considered the second best museum in the United States. Outside of Washington, D.C., they've actually got a separate category for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the best is? Best has been on this show, too, right? The museum, Buffalo Bill Cody's Museum of the West, which is actually 7 museums, to be honest. How can you compete with that? Pretty fantastic, by the way.
Tom says, thought I saw Dave in a few of the D-Day pictures.
D-Day, D-Day, D-Day. I want to point out something that Dave and I were talking about over the break, too. I want to make this really clear. Yes, by the way, I'll give you a couple of examples. You get to the end of the night, and you somehow manage to avoid, getting arrested, or manage to avoid having your business completely implode all around you, or you manage to avoid, being in a terrible wreck after a really bad day on the road. Yes, we talk about the idea of be relieved, but don't take relief after the reprieve. We don't mean that at the end of that long day, you shouldn't go get pizza with Dave Nemo and talk about how close you came. You just need to make sure that the next day you wake up and actually take it as the warning sign to go and sin no more. You dig? I do want to point that out because Dave's right. You should. It's okay, Dave, when you nearly escape death, whether it's metaphorical or real, to have a moment of celebration. That's groovy.
Mm-hmm.
Dave is deep in his notes. Deep in his notes. Doing that thing he does. Deep in his notes. I'm just picking on you, by the way. Yeah. We're going to take the transition. Welcome these wonderful guests in here, by the way, Drag.
Good morning again, everyone. Dave Nemo speaking to you from the Fastport Studios in the historic Degas House here in Old New Orleans.
Fastport, by the way, can be found at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. They do it through technology. Most importantly, they do it through people, helping the next generation of drivers, helping the next generation of veterans make that transition from the veteran space into the civilian space, actually allowing them to continue to lead a purpose-driven life. Our friend Brad Bentley and the Harrisons and the entire gang over there have made so much of what we're able to do possible. And welcome back to everyone.
Indeed, indeed. And welcome back to Scott Grenerth, our dear
I know that guy.
Yeah.
I know that guy.
I know him.
The Lincoln of parking.
He is the Director of Engagement for Truck Specialized Information Services. He is the DOE for TSIS. And Michael Carroll. Mike is the Secretary of Transportation in the Keystone State, Pennsylvania.
I've heard of that place, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of it. Hey, guys, welcome. Good morning and Happy New Year to you both.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome,
Good
Michael.
morning there.
Yeah. Hey, Scott. Scott, I was just talking about my heart attack back in 2014, right before Christmas, and you were the first guy to know about it, but you didn't really know about it at the time. That elephant standing on my chest turned out to be a big deal, but I'll never forget that conversation.
And I'm glad since then it has not repeated. And keep that up, Dave.
Ooh, boy, you got that right.
Definitely. Yeah, well, that is a more memorable thing to have found out. That was part of that, being talking with you that day on the air. So
we've got some really good stuff to continue to talk about in Pennsylvania. And Scott, why don't you do a formal introduction for Mike?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So briefly, as a lot of your new listeners might remember me, I've been over-the-road trucker, over 1 million miles driving accident-free in my career, and worked for OOIDA, representing the interest of truckers for a few years there, as Director of Regulatory Affairs, and now work on truck parking.
Got it. And why don't you do the same for Michael?
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Mike, he is, when truckers think of who's responsible for transportation, we've got everything from the local to the federal level. Mike's in between that. So he's at the state level. So when you think about, states, they've all got their own person who heads that policy and making things happen. And they are definitely two different things. And so that's what Mike Carroll does as the Secretary of Transportation for Pennsylvania DOT. And he's been doing that since, was it 2023? I believe I got it right.
Correct.
Mike, we all know, Scott's talking about the idea that, people often forget that democracy, the laboratory of it starts with the states. The laboratory of innovation starts with the states. The laboratory of transportation policies often begin with state policies that play very, very well inside of those states and then maybe make their way to neighboring states. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about is your position and the position of your agency, of your department, as a collaborator. It's a big obsession I have, but the idea that, you're only as good as your partners. Can you talk a little bit about y'all's policies and approach to how you deal with people inside your state, people in neighboring states, and all of the industry in general to create a better transportation policy for the people of Pennsylvania?
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity, and you are right. So much of what I do as the Secretary of PennDOT and the other secretaries across the nation do is a giant collaborative effort to meet the needs of the traveling public, including our CDL operators out there. And it's fair to say that all 50 states have a federal partner, FHWA, Federal Highway, that has a loud megaphone when it comes to what happens on the interstate network. And especially in light of the fact that they fund so much of it. But the secretaries of the 50 states, and including me in Pennsylvania, we work in an effort to try and meet the unique needs of our state. And there are admittedly giant differences among the 50 states, lots of commonalities between Pennsylvania and Ohio, for example, but very different Pennsylvania and Arizona. So you meet the needs and the challenges that exist for the state. You reconcile that with the available funds that are, at our disposal to be able to meet the needs, and you quickly realize that the needs that we have for the interstate network in particular, are outpaced in so many ways in terms of the available funds that we have. So Dave, the challenge for us is real. You mentioned we are the Keystone State, so we have quite a huge amount of truck traffic that crosses our state east to west or north to south, and so the challenges are real. But we have taken steps that I'm proud of, especially with truck parking, to try and address the challenges of our drivers out there.
Mike, you spent a lot of time, a lot of years working in transportation, but maybe a lot of folks don't realize, I'm sure all of the Pennsylvanians know that you had 8 terms in the House of Representatives there. Now you're the Secretary of Transportation. Same thing, only different, or were there some surprises when you got on the other side of that table, so to speak?
So serving in the House for 8 years as an elected office, and you as a state representative, you meet the needs of the constituents that you have in your district, with an eye primarily on your district, but also focused across the state. Serving in secretary, and for context, a state representative of Pennsylvania represents about 65,000 people. As the Secretary of Transportation for Pennsylvania, my constituents now count as 13 million Pennsylvanians, not to mention all the folks that enter and depart our state as they pass through. So huge differences in terms of the responsibilities, in terms of the travel across the state. And then I'll name drop myself here by telling you that I'm not sure there's another Secretary of Transportation in the entire nation that has a CDL on his wallet, which I do have.
Yeah, they're very rare. Wasn't there a fellow named out in the West, Whitehorse?
He just passed away.
He just passed away.
Former Senator
passed away.
Senator Whitehorse actually was one of the few people.
Ben Nighthorse Campbell.
That is absolutely correct. Well remembered, by the way, and he is well remembered as well. And those are the kind of figures that I think, in many ways, we actually still have in the industry. They don't get the kind of attention they often deserve, but it's those kind of people that actually really promote the hell out of trucking. Scott, I wanted to pivot, by the way, because you sit at the center of an organization that seeks to create the same kind of partnerships. Can you talk a little bit about your own relationship with PennDOT and talk about how you forged that relationship, and then we will move to what you guys are trying to accomplish together. Fair enough?
Sure. Well, I know what they're doing because I've just simply been involved when PennDOT, as you all were talking about earlier, actually, just before bringing us on, talking about truckers staying involved. Don't ever pass up the chance to give input. And I have been involved with that effort in multiple ways in multiple states, whether it's just simply, knowing the right person who's saying, hey, we've got a survey for truckers out there. We really want to get input. And I've known some of the good people at PennDOT who do that and who are really trying to work on truck parking in multiple ways. And through one of those folks is Bob Pinto, and he heads up freight for PennDOT. And Bob was very appropriately so very proud of what was going on here that we're getting into talking about now, truck parking. And I immediately said, hey, I know you, Bob, I know a few other people at PennDOT who could get on the radio to talk about this, because truckers need to know, because they're the ones paying those fuel taxes with every mile they drive in every single state, and or tolls, as the case may be, and because the state word is both, and they want to know what's being done with that money. So that's where we come in here. I just want to make sure people know what's going on.
Okay. Now let's talk about this in practice and in action. There's a lot of stuff going on. And there's a lot of stuff going on in regards to parking. Some exciting stuff that happened that somehow managed to get through. That State House managed to get there. Talk about what is happening, and Scott, what you're excited about in regards to where Pennsylvania's headed with truck parking, and then talk about where it still can go. And then I would love to get some of Mike's input on this as well, because I actually think what's happening over there is the beginning of what I hope turns into a cascade of reasonable parking spaces all around the country in the kind of places we need to have parking. Because there are plenty of parking spaces. What they're not is parking spaces that are actually helpful. And this, in many ways, this plan addresses that, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. And so the key thing is that the number one thing we know we need, especially in states anywhere near the East Coast or the West Coast, to put it really simply, or any major metro area, is not enough parking spaces. And what PennDOT's doing is, I'm glad to say, we now have 3 states in a row, to your point, about getting action happening.
Indiana is in the process of adding a very substantial number of parking spaces, just over 1,000. My home state of Ohio here is adding over 1,400. We'll have the most truck parking spaces of any state in the entire country, even more than Texas, by the time toward the end of this year, beginning of next year. And then PennDOT's announcement, again, of 1,200-ish brand new truck parking spaces. And in this case, what's really notable, I'm looking forward to the Secretary talking about the approach here, is they're not just simply saying, okay, we're going to expand a few spots at our rest area here, or we've got this other spot, we're going to expand a little bit there. They're really creative in their approach, including on looking at on the shoulders of what we refer to as the get-on ramp.
It's so cool.
Lingo, I can use that here.
I mean, some of these ideas are really innovative. The idea is that it's like, it's almost like when you have like a house where you you want to give your kids, I'm being ridiculous, but you want to give your kids a rec room. And so you figure out a way to kind of fix up a basement, or you figure out some area where you're able to knock out a wall. It really is trying to say, look, we're trying to give people parking spaces in places that will make a difference in regards to their ability to make the deliveries they need to make. So where are those spaces available? And we're not just going to look at open field lots or former rest areas or former, those kind of spaces where the parking was. It says we're asking, where does the parking need to be? Seems to be the driving force.
And another thing is, too, this is all over the state, with the exception, of course, being there's really not any spots right in Philadelphia.
I'm shocked. I am shocked.
Exactly, and not in downtown Pittsburgh. But that aside, exactly, we all understand what the problem is there. We get it. But other than that, it is dispersed across the state. So that is a great thing to see. So that's it in a nutshell there. That's what's going on.
That's kind of cool. And Mike, can you kind of talk about and we go back to partners, how many people does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop is what I'm asking here. I mean, basically, this is a lot of heavy lifting, because this doesn't require there's no plenipotentiary governor in any state who can just be like, it's going to happen, make it so, number one. You've actually got to do this in a way that actually accommodates not just the truckers, who of course I think are the center of all things, but often communities who often will suddenly find themselves being like, you're prime real estate for parking. You like the stuff that you're getting? If we don't give these folks parking, you won't get that stuff. How do you work with communities to show them that this is the way?
Well, we start by making sure that we're the leader in this space. We took advantage of PennDOT property at exits that was available. We took down the gates at some of the way stations so that they'd be available for truck parking right on the main line, and then coordinated with locals would be seeing trucks parking in places where they weren't necessarily used to having them parked. And explain to them that these folks driving these vehicles deserve a safe spot to park. They deserve to be treated in a way that they have accommodations when it comes to trash receptacles or facilities. Admittedly, we can't do that at every single one of the 133 locations, but we're going to do our best to make that happen. And so it really is just recognizing the need, acknowledging the important role that truckers play in society, and being respectful of their work.
Okay. I've got one more question. Then I know Dave has got some stuff. But Scott, I wanted to kind of pivot to you as well. At the end of the day, we've been talking all morning long about culture, about the idea of what does a healthy trucking culture look like. Can you kind of just, from your own perspective, talk from where you sit about how better, more accessible truck parking actually helps culture of trucking in a larger way?
Well, for me, I could tell you, I'll go real quick.
Actually, I'll do this fair. I'll do this fair, guys. How about this? Because I want to hear Mike's answer too. Scott, you go first, and then Mike.
Sure, yeah, and I'll be really quick. Is that, to me, the thing is, we always hear the screaming from a certain agency or organization out there about the truck driver shortage that supposedly been existed forever and ever and ever.
They've gotten really quiet about that, Scott. Have you noticed that? They've gotten really quiet.
Yes, they sure have, yes. One legit part of the challenge of keeping people in this industry is parking. I've got a very good friend, super good friend, who trained new entrant truckers, and he had a guy who had all the skills, could do everything great. And then he got turned loose finally, ended up going to a part of the country they hadn't even been remotely close to, and it's where there's an incredible dearth of parking, to put it mildly, nothing, and stressed him out incredibly on his trip back up. And it was a pretty long trip too. And then on his trip back, hit another area where he couldn't find parking. He's like, I'm done. I can't handle this. This is ridiculous. And now that I'll admit, that's a bit on the extreme end. There's always extremes in how people react to things, but it's legit. I mean, he was sent to a horrendous spot, horrendous area, and couldn't find anything. And that's, to put it real simply, it literally rises to that level of helping with the retention of drivers, especially, again, like this person who was a great, safe driver. And we lost that person because of this one particular issue being huge.
Mike, you want to take a crack at the title for culture?
Sure. So, I mean, you have to recognize the challenge here. I mean, anybody with a pair of working eyes can see that trucks are populating areas along the interstate that put them into an unsafe location, and whether it's in terms of their personal safety or the threat of an accident. And it was incumbent upon me, at least, and PennDOT, to put a plan together that would provide safe, responsible places for professional drivers to have a place to rest. And so it's just being respectful of the exceptionally difficult job that these folks have, and making sure that we can step up as a Commonwealth and as a state to try and solve a problem that was plainly obvious.
Mike, I'm gonna do what Jimmy just did. I'm gonna ask you a question, and then Scott, maybe you have a slant on this too. But a lot of drivers are pointing at the ELD as being a core element of the parking problem because of the time element and because of the time crunch. I think ATRI, and Scott, you may remember this better than me, but it was 58 minutes a day looking for a place to park. Does that ring a bell? Yeah. So you've got that whole thing going. And when the ELD first came out, Mike, I kind of paralleled what we do here in the studio. We work down to the second. And now those trucks work down to the second. Bringing back, is it possible, and have you has anybody talking to you about maybe taking the ELD, and I know this can be done, and make it work like the paper log where you have those 15-minute blocks and you give yourself a little wiggle room? What's wrong with that? Is it possible? And is anybody talking about that? And would it possibly ease up the parking thing a little bit, or maybe the stress factor? I know that's a convoluted question.
Yeah, it's a convoluted, but it's also probably there's some federal rules here that are going to apply when it comes to the ELDs, and I'm not sure that any one state's going to be able to provide the exception or the change that you're looking for. I'm happy to pursue that. You're the first one that has mentioned that with respect to PennDOT's truck parking plan, so happy to take a look at it.
Okay. Do you see anything there? I kind of sprung that on you, but
if you're going to take a look, at it, I think that kind of acknowledges that. I was kind of curious too, Scott. Like I said, the thing I was talking about, I'm so glad you were listening beforehand, because I was talking about distinguishing between reprieve and relief. What they're doing in Pennsylvania is in motion. It's going to happen. What they're doing in Indiana is going to happen in neighboring states. But we're not there yet. There's a real urge that happens in a lot of industries, in a lot of job workplaces, in a lot of cultures where we figure out what the point of the release of pressure is and then kind of let it die on the vine. How do we move forward? How do we use what's being accomplished in Pennsylvania? How do we use what's being accomplished in neighboring states? How do we do this to actually create the national movement that keeps on moving, that suddenly makes it possible for people to move from state to state, knowing that they can cross a state border and not have to make that terrible decision, am I going into the land of no parking?
Well, part of it, two things, real brief. One is keeping the pressure on everyone who represents you, and letting them know you are the expert. And I'm speaking to the audience completely here. Letting them know you are the absolute expert because you're the person with the CDL who's out there day to day dealing with this, and telling them what matters to you. And I know truck parking ranks at the top of everybody's list, whether it's number 1 or 2 or 3, whatever, but it's there. And so that's one thing. We don't ever shut up, like you were saying earlier. You know, hey, good news is good news. Acknowledge it, and by all means, applaud people who you represent you when they do good things. That's part of what we're doing right now. Have Secretary Carroll on, and then to pivot to Secretary Carroll, I got a question for you that relates to this, because I know this is a key thing, and it was brought up already, but just briefly. I know in my home state of Ohio that Governor DeWine was directly responsible. It came straight from his mouth, the order to address truck parking. And it's been done in 2 different levels, you know, with, again, 1,400 plus spaces being created in Ohio in the next, you know, just over a year. How did you manage to get the funding for this? Because I know that is a key struggle in here, in our case in Ohio. I know it's because Mr. DeWine increased the fuel taxes right after he took office, and that allowed it to happen despite the inflation. So I'm curious, you know, Secretary Carroll, how were you able to address that? Because I know that is an incredibly key part of this.
Well, it is, and I understand the steps that Ohio and the governor had to take there. The good news is we didn't have to deal with any kind of increase in fees or taxes and use the funds that we had in our motor license fund already. And so we tried to do it in an economical way. To be fair, it's not wildly expensive to turn existing PennDOT properties into truck parking, but especially with the first 1,200 spots that we're going to deliver by the end of this year, it will get to be more expensive for us when we have to do some earthwork and some tree removal and some asphalt paving in the next round. But it's my plan to utilize existing PennDOT funds to be able to accomplish that.
We got a lot of stuff.
That's phenomenal, because that's your question, Jimmy. That's a huge thing, is how are states able to address it and to look at it. And the great thing, and why I wanted to have them on here, is to talk about, just like Ohio, they're doing it. Bug your representatives, say, look, what you just heard it right from him. There's innovative ways of doing this. They're not, great way you put it, not wildly expensive. They're not free. We all know that, but there's less expensive ways, and there's ways that are more actionable because you're using state property that you already have versus trying to go buy property and negotiate and all those things. So there's a great example.
By the way, this is Scott. Dave's got a question too coming up. I'm actually going to share a pet peeve of mine. Is when people are complaining about national politics and they're going on a rant, and I always go, "Can you tell me your state rep?" Long pause. "Can you tell me your state senator?" Long pause. "Oh, by the way, what's the name of your alderman, councilman, or municipal authority?" Long pause. And one of the things that you have unpacked in the exchange between you and Mike here that's so fascinating is, if you don't know the rules of engagement in your own damn state, how do you expect any change to happen to help benefit your life? And this is one of those things too, to kind of pick up on what you've just said, is if you come from a particular state and you'd like to see the parking improve over there, make sure you know the difference between a commonwealth and Napoleonic law and all points in between. This is a crucial thing. And a lot of people, they love to watch their, 3 hours of Fox, 3 hours of MSNBC or CNN. And boy, they're so informed about national policy in regards to the Monroe Doctrine or in regards to the non-interference doctrine. But or supply chains across the ocean. They can't tell you who the crucial person to talk to in the state house that has the best ear of the DOT in that state, and it just pisses me off. I'm gonna turn this over to Dave for an actual question. There's my TED Talk. You're welcome to it. Go ahead, Dave.
This will be a lot easier, Mike. You mentioned, I was talking about the ELDs. The federal rules and everything. So every state has the state, county, municipal governments to deal with, but in Pennsylvania, you also have the Pennsylvania Turnpike. How are you guys working with them? And is there some promise there in terms of opening up some of the things that they removed?
Well, first, I'd like to say that when I was in the State House, the folks that drove trucks knew me in my area. So there is that.
Yeah.
Kiddingly say that. Of course they didn't, all of them, but I'd like to think some of them did. When it comes to truck parking on the Turnpike, we coordinate very closely with the Turnpike, and the efforts that we have at PennDOT underway are being mirrored by the Turnpike with the addition of truck parking at the service plazas. The lots have been expanded and paved, and of course there's facilities and amenities there. And we're also switching over the turnpike to open road tolling. And so the removal of some of the toll plazas will provide opportunities for additional truck parking going forward. A lot of those gantries are being constructed from central Pennsylvania to the Ohio border. And so more to come when it comes to the turnpike, but a significant number of additional truck spots at the service plazas with expanded spaces there that are meaningful, not just 2 or 3 at a plaza, 30, 40, 50 at a plaza.
By the way, this is really funny, Scott. I wanted to share this with you. For those guys who don't know, we actually have a long ongoing chat on our YouTube channel. Our good friend, the Paranormal Pie Man, says, I'm sick of some fellas' creative parking, especially when it's in the way. And it's a well-made point. One of the things that also good parking spaces prevent is bad parking spaces. The nightmare that we see across the country of people literally becoming hazards in the road, people who are blocking spaces where they're actually needs to be access to, people parking in fuel islands. In many ways, this makes it a lot easier for law enforcement agents as well, Scott, to do their jobs and be like, you can't be here. Well, where am I supposed to park? Well, we got 1,300 new ones. We got 1,200 new ones, and let me show you the way there. And if you can't work it out at that point. But I know a lot of law enforcement agents on the road, Scott, who get put in that agonizing Sophie's choice. They know this guy's got no place to park, and they don't know what to do. This is also helping our law enforcement agencies keep a safer highway. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. I know from a former coworker when Michigan implemented their real-time truck parking information system, that we have up there, that they were thrilled. The motor vehicle enforcement people, and I mean, truckers are already groaning to hear that. I'm sure, like, oh yeah, right. The same people just gave me a ticket, but no, they really were. They legitimately were, because they were able to say, hey, look, there really are spaces available 10 miles up the road. There are spots available 5 miles up the road, whatever. And because they know, just like Pennsylvania found out, unfortunately, I want to say it was a little over a decade ago, and there was a horrible crash where it wasn't the trucker's fault directly. I mean, he's just parked off to the side in one of the wide areas that the Pike has had, for many years, and a bus plowed into the back. And, horrible tragedy, of course, there. And part of that is NHTSA basically told the PA Pike, you can't have those parking areas anymore. So that's where they had to get rid of some of those spaces that were there because they were deemed as being too close to the travel lane. So I'm really glad to hear, again, that's fabulous, Mike, to hear about what you're doing with the removing the gantries and utilizing that area. That's absolutely incredible.
Everybody, by the way, go ahead, Mike. You get the last word because, man, this segment is going on forever, and we didn't even realize it because it's gone by so fast. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, just quickly, I mean, that's why we are allowing parking on the on-ramps, but not the off-ramps, because we don't want to create an unsafe situation for motorists or for the truckers. So where it makes sense, we're going to allow parking on the on-ramp, but not on the off-ramp.
Ingenious in its simplicity, by the way, which in many ways describes how Scott is able to get so many things done and how Mike is actually accomplishing what he's doing. Simple solutions that actually provide really big possibilities. Go ahead, Scott.
Real quickly, I want to say one thing that ties in, very important for people to know. To find these parking spaces, PennDOT's has a truck parking option on their 511 site. So you can go to 511pa.com. or their 501PA smartphone app, and they have that on there where it shows parking areas, and these will be added to there as they come online. Correct, Mike?
Definitely correct. I'm looking at it right now, and I'm proud to see all of these locations across the state, primarily along the interstate network. So, yes, 511PA.
Congratulations, gentlemen. You're the first people ever on this show to actually blow straight through the entire commercial break. We felt it was important and necessary. You guys are the best. Mike, thank you for all the hard work you're doing over in Pennsylvania at PennDOT. And Scott, thank you for all the commitment you've made to the men and women who are driving out there on the road to have safe parking access close by the places they need to get their goods and services. Happy New Year to both of you.
Thank you so much. Stay safe out there, folks.
We will be back on the other side of this break. Holy moly, mackerel, mother of pearl. We'll be right back after this. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch. Back on the road. 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 97. Rock and roll is coming up next.
know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Our next guest, in many ways, Dave, has lived the story of America over the last decade. Broken down, seemingly counted out, picked themselves up, dusted themselves back off. They've got a new forthcoming album coming out. They got a new single. They have made their way through heartbreak and tragedy, and they are coming back larger than life, and hopefully with a big, big, bright future and an open road ahead of them. It's an old friend of the show, by the way. Pure Grain Music is where you want to go to, puregrainmusic.com. You can find them on the Book of Face at Pure Grain Music and on the Gram of Instant at Pure Grain Music. Really easy, Pure Grain Music. And it's our pleasure, by the way, to welcome Brian DeBruler. He joins us this morning. They have a long history with our good friend, Mr. Dave Nemo, and I want to give them a chance to really kind of dig in and talk about what's coming up, what has transpired, and what is next. Hey, Dave, say good morning to Brian.
Hey, Brian, good morning. Wow, it was a real thrill when I saw Claire Marie had Pure Grain on the schedule for this morning, man. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, Dave. So much has happened since we've talked last.
Yes, we have our stories. I will not burden anybody with my story, but I do want to hear yours and the band and Michelle. Of course, you guys. Now I don't think now we're going to go back to 2009 here. And that's where that video was made. And I was looking at the video the other day. I hardly recognize myself anymore, But I don't think you and Michelle, were you married back then? I don't think so.
In 2009, we weren't. We got married in 2013, but we had been together for a decade at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2009 Expedite Expo. Thanks to you and our old pals, Rhino and Rob, who's no longer with us as well.
Yeah.
Rhino's still friends with Rhino. You guys took us from a regional anomaly to a more of a national brand, we'll say, all in one big afternoon at a truck show.
You never know what's going to happen at a truck show, do you?
You never know what's going to happen at a truck show, that's for sure. It was a pivotal moment in my life and the band, and something we'll never forget. We debuted that video. It's I think YouTube quit counting on it because the clicker's been stuck on it for a while, but it's well over 3 million views, and it's just that song has been such a blessing to us and Chris and his family and the whole Pure Grain family, which has expanded some since we talked last.
Mm-hmm.
Michelle and I have a daughter, Luna, now. And
yes, I saw the pictures. Beautiful.
Turned 10 this year. She's the reigning national Okinawan karate champion for 9-year-old girls in Kumite, which is equal parts disturbing and awesome at the same time. It's like
I hear that.
I every time, it's like, well, at some point she's going to be big enough. She's going to use that on me.
Yes.
Oh,
careful what you wish for, you just might get it for sure. Yeah.
That's a fact, but Yeah, it's just been a crazy ride. I mean, rolling off of that Expedite Expo in 2009, in 2012, Michelle and I went to the Grammys for the first time. We had a record in Americana, and it was just a crazy ride. And in 2015, our daughter Luna was born. And then, things kind of took a little hiatus for that because we're kind of old parents. So, I turned 53 this year and she turned 10. So there's that. I'm just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
That's why the karate stuff scares me. But, it's music's been great to us. It's been a blessing. It's showed us the world and the country, and we can't thank the people that have supported us enough over the years. But in 2020, we lost Chris, the Carolina kid, or the over-the-road trucker frontman guy. It's just one of those things. I mean, it's what happened to him's on one hand so common these days. It's the modern recurring tragedy in America, and we sat around for about 5 years trying to figure out, do we proceed from here? Can we proceed from here? Does it make sense to proceed from here? And a few years back, a guy named Ryan Moore came into our life, and he was a guitar tech for us for a few years there. And he's like, hey, man, how you guys feel about me jamming with you? So we started fooling around with music, and he's a prolific songwriter, and all of a sudden it was just like the stars aligned, and it felt right, to move forward. And we dropped our first new single back in June of 2025. We put that out on Father's Day, and that's a song called Grass Stains, and it's kind of a tune about coming of age, as a parent or a kid, or it's something anyone can relate to. Of course, it hits me heavy being, with my young daughter, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, but just really looking forward to putting out a new record. At our age and where things have been, it was like, I didn't know if I was going to get another run at this, and music's all my life's been about, and so I'm very thankful for the opportunity to be getting back out on the road again and doing music that people love, and of course paying homage to our past songs and to Chris, and carrying on this legacy that we spent a lifetime building. And it's a transitional thing. I've never been so excited as when I got Claire's email. I'm like, wow, this is perfect. You're the guy that, as far as I'm concerned, launched us, and just by cosmic circumstance at this point when we're, relaunching ourselves, all of a sudden out of nowhere, here comes Dave Nemo, for round two. Here we go.
Goodness. Wow. Well, this is serendipitous, man. It really is awesome to be able to talk to you and get back together, and I'm not going to say help you, but be part of your relaunch in a sense, kind of a relaunch of the band with Ryan now as the vocals. But I got to tell you, that song. It was a little unexpected for me. I didn't really expect that song. It's a beautiful song. I love it, and I've listened to it about 6 times. And I'm picturing myself in that song in the woods in the summer. Summers when I was a little boy back in the 50s, swinging on vines and jumping over, climbing magnolia, all of that kind of stuff I used to do. And that song really became a meaningful song for me almost immediately. Is that pretty much what you're hearing from folks?
Yeah, it's a really deep song. I sent it to a friend of mine that's a publicist, and had no pretext of asking, her to work on the record or anything, and I just said, hey, we got this first song on our records done. I want to send it over and see what you think about it. And she texted me back, and she was, kind of cussing me out, and I'm like, wow, was it that bad, and I'm like, this is kind of strange. And she was, turns out, when she heard the song, she just broke down in tears, and it hit her that hard. And, and then when I finally got her to a phone, she's like, yeah, that's great. American Songwriter is going to be featuring the tune, premiering the tune, here later this week. I need a band photo and I need all this stuff. And I'm like, we don't have a current band photo because, we're just like kind of rolling back into this. So from that point on, it's been off to the races, but we've got a great record of 10 tunes. Of course, Grass Stains is one of the songs on the record.
It's a title, and that's the album title too.
Yeah, that's going to be the album title, and it's just, man, it's like a whole new revision of I think that the level of Ryan's writing, it's on that same level where Chris was at. I mean, Chris's songs were introspective, but somehow relatable, and that was always the thing. And prior to Ryan, we've had a couple different versions of the band. We've went out and done some shows, regionally with, and it just wasn't the same, honestly. It just, it was like, man, I felt like I was in a tribute band to myself at times. And when Ryan came along, it was like a rebirth of all that energy and creativity. And it's just been a tremendous, tremendous blessing. And something that, like I said with you, something I'll never forget. Just a turning of a corner. And, we did get our photo shoot done. And of course, American Songwriter premiered the song, which is something, it's a level of, press recognition that the band, that's one of the bigger premiere things we've had as a group. And it's just nice that a lot of people in the industry and with radio and yourself, are kind of welcoming us back with open arms. And it's just a really great feeling. I didn't know anybody was paying attention still, and turns out they were.
Yeah, isn't that? Yeah, exactly. Now, this will be the 6th album coming out, if I'm not mistaken. Your 6th album. Yeah.
Our 6th release. Yeah. Over a span of longer than I care to recognize or acknowledge.
Well, it is what it is, and we're here now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, in 2019, I had a big thing. I had to have open heart surgery. I had a congenital birth defect and a bad aortic valve, and the one I had was it was ending its duty of service. It was ready to be done, so I had to get that done. And the irony of that is I found out, went my whole life, had no idea that I had that. So if you're listening out there, go get your heart checked out, man. I found out in 2015 at the same doctor's visit that we found out that Michelle was pregnant, and that after 15 years of failed fertility, that we were going to have a baby, and that I had a bad ticker in the same doctor's visit. I'm like, man, why didn't you just leave it at, congratulations, you all are going to have a kid, and, leave the heart stuff at least for a couple days.
Yeah, really.
It's like, you're going to have a kid. Has anybody talked to you about your heart murmur?
Oh,
I'm like, what do you mean heart murmur? So I kind of had a rebirth of my own on August 19th, 2019. And we did one of our last shows before my surgery. We did a show with Delbert McClinton. And it was just, kind of an awesome thing, but at the same time, I was petrified of having that surgery. I was up on stage, I was like, man, if this is going to be the last time I do this, no better place to be than out, in front of Delbert McClinton, kind of thing. But everything turned out good. I'm still here. I've got battery backup. I'm the semi-cyborg version of my formerly autonomous self, but I'm still ticking and clicking and banging on the drums, and I keep time like a clock. So
you do keep time like a clock. That is for absolute sure, which is the drummer's job. I have to mention Michelle because she was so gracious and kind to allow me to play her drums back in 2009. And
oh, absolutely. She looks exactly the same as she did in 2009.
I know. I'm looking at the picture here. Yeah, absolutely.
She's frozen in time, and I look like Father Time.
Well, I love hearing the congas because a lot of folks just. I love the fact that you guys have kept the Latin percussion in the band from the get-go, man, because you wouldn't think it fits, but it does, and it works, and it really, of course, that's what I listen to, right? So I'm hearing those congas in the background. I'm thinking, man, that just puts a nice bottom on everything, and it just kind of, it's just such a nice sound. It's really, you mentioned you were at Grammys under the Americana banner. That is the only way, if there is a way to describe you guys in terms of your set list, the songs you play, the songs you write, the songs you perform, because it ain't country, it ain't rock, it ain't soul, it's not anything, but it's all of those things together, which was kind of why I was a little surprised about the song Grass Stains, the first single. We talked about that. But you guys are sort of like a no labels group.
That's not something we try to do, but that's something that's, they used to say we defy all genres or categorizations. So,
well, I think if you try to do something like that, it will never work. That's something that happens. It either happens or it don't.
It's our music. It's what comes out of us organically, naturally, and without any forced intent or anything, all the drum stuff. Of course, I studied jazz, Latin, and Afro-Cuban drumming at Berkeley.
Mm-hmm.
So that's in my background. How I landed in the country music realm, I still kind of scratch my head at times and wonder. But it's just been, on one hand, we stand out like a sore thumb, but that's been our strategic advantage all these years. It's kind of not fitting into a box. So it's there's a little bit of a in the current version here. There's a little bit of a funk, or kind of a funk aspect that we've got going on now, which we kind of had a little bit of in the past. But I think. Of course, Ryan's from this area where Chris was from South Carolina. I think Chris's dialect kind of threw us into that country thing where, Ryan doesn't really have that. So we always had the funk and country hook type thing. And I think we're lean a little more funk now than we do country. But nobody's complaining, and it's just, it's the new thing, man, for us. So we're just embracing it and running with it. We're putting the raps on this 10-song record, and we've got 5 more songs for another record in the can. And kind of old school in my album release theories. Most artists now everything's so singles driven, and I'm still in a world where I feel like the holistic vision of the album still has artistic merit, and I'm hoping that people will take a record in its entirety at some point, and not just zoom in on one song, because ideally it takes you on a journey. I mean, you can remember throwing a record on back in the day, putting on your headphones and closing your eyes, and it was an immersive experience. type thing, and I think there's an emphasis on that in this new record and on production value. Of course, I've been making records for over 30 years now, so at some point I ought to, be at least okay at doing it. So, we're doing everything in-house as we always have done, and self-perpetuated, man. It's a lot to take on, but I wouldn't know what else to do with my time.
Yeah, I hear that. Let's talk a little bit about production, timing, recording dates. We have the single came out on Father's Day, the title song of the album, Grass Stains.
Yeah.
When's the rest of it coming out? Do we have any dates yet?
Yeah, we're looking at an April release, probably like the third week or so of April, but we're going to be dropping some singles here, pushing stuff out to radio and some of the streaming platforms starting next week. So you'll probably start seeing new songs from us popping up here real quick.
Oh,
but yeah, we're looking at like April the 17th or April the 24th, I think, for the full album. To be quite honest, it's going to really have a lot to do with whatever the turnaround is on vinyl these days, which can be anywhere from 2 months to, a year and a half.
Who would have thought that, right?
Yeah. And cassettes are making a comeback.
I know.
That's a whole thing.
I don't know why. Why would you bring back cassettes? Have you, back in the heyday of cassettes, did you ever stop at a red light and not see a cassette tape laying on the side, on the road or something? You know what I mean? It's
right.
Yeah. There's terrible things.
One thing I'll say about it, though, it's proved itself to be the most durable of all formats, because if you did see a tape on the side of the road and you picked it up, it would probably still play.
Yeah, you could roll it back up and run it through the machine for sure.
See what was on there, right? Yeah, there was a thing in Mix magazine talking about the cassettes. It's like if you time to dust off your old Nagra decks, if you still have them, I'm like, well, I still got mine, so good.
Back in the mid-'90s, I walked into the station one night, and the program director was editing a commercial on computer, and I thought my career was over. I had no idea what he was doing. Unbelievable. Okay, so we're looking at April for the full release. Do you guys have any gigs coming up that we can plug?
Yeah, we've got our annual Hillbilly Valentine's Jam coming up. We do that. It's a thing we've been doing for 17 years now with my label, and it's a local thing that we do to raise money for our veterans here in the community, and something we're very proud of, and that'll be on February the 14th this year in Harrison, Ohio.
Okay.
But we've been kind of more focused on getting this record out than tour. And we did a show a few months back with our good friends in Kentucky Headhunters, who took us on. Richard Young is a good friend of mine, and like I was saying, it's I didn't expect to be like putting out this new record and make a couple phone calls and be like, well, hey, why don't you come do a show with us, type thing. I wasn't expecting or didn't foresee that coming as much as it has, in that people's willingness and openness to kind of prop us back up or stand us back up, dust us off, and give us a kick in the rear and get us moving down the road again. But we're getting a lot of support, and it's just been great and kind of heartwarming at the same time. Like I said, I didn't know anybody was still paying attention, but second chances are a big thing, and not something that I would take for granted or marginalize in any way. So we're very serious about what we're doing. It's just a tremendous opportunity to get to share music with the world again, man. It's what I was born to do.
Well, I got to tell you that what you just said, all put together, speaks to one thing. It speaks to the fact that you guys are some good people, some good folks, and so generous and welcoming. I don't know if we have some musicians out there listening, and you wind up sitting in with a group, and you've never met them before, and they don't know if you can play or not, and sometimes they can't wait to get rid of you. And you guys were so welcoming and so gracious. I'll never forget that. And I'm so thrilled to be able to talk to you now about a completely new beginning, because we just did a new beginning too. Here streaming now on all of these platforms doing the same thing. We can't play your song here right now because we don't have a music license yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, worries.
Yeah,
man.
so we all transition, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But thank goodness that it's working, and you guys are just. It's going to be. It's going to be great. Because I know the kind of music you put out, and I know the kind of folks you are.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I when I saw that you had, restructured your whole network and show too, I was like, man, this is we've turned the corner, and then we're on, we're always on the right road. We were just on the other side.
Goodness
kind
gracious.
of thing. So,
well, let's talk again. Let's get you back on around the time of the release, maybe before the release. And if you got some more dates you can plug, anything like that, just let us know. Just shoot a thing to Claire Marie, and we'll do it. But Brian, thank you so much. Brian DeBruler, of course, original member on drums, an incredible drummer, folks. Michelle D'Amico, of course, DeBruler now, and she's the Latin percussionist, and Artie Cheney on the bass, original member, and of course Ryan Moore, who came in and put the band back on the platter, so to speak, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. He was John Belushi and the Blues Brothers. We're getting the band back together, man.
Well, please give my best to everybody, especially Michelle, and Brian, thank you so much.
It's great to talk to you, Dave. Appreciate you having me on today. Thank you so much.
www.puregrainmusic, no funny spelling, puregrainmusic.com. You're going to love this song. You're going to love this band if you don't already. Tomorrow it is Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler. Thanks to you. Thanks to Andre Thibodeau.
Thank you, Dave.